That's my man throwing down. That's my man throwing down. my man doing that. That's 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 my man going down.
Round 0 of the Omegathon, the Omega AMA? I don't even... You've already exceeded all of my expectations by having more than 4 people that I didn't have to be here in the Omegathon. So I have no idea what you guys are expecting from this round because I have no idea what this round is or this time is, but we have an hour to do some AMA from the Omegathon. I guess I should introduce myself first. My name is Travis Erickson. I am, along with the Chief Omega Tech who runs the Omegathon, I'm the Executive Director of Child's Play Charity. I'm shamelessly using this time to plug what I think is the greatest gaming charity out there. And am just going to kill a little bit of time by having my current round of Omeganauts. If you all, since the camera can see you, will just kind of one at a time hop up, introduce yourself real quick so the people who are here will get to know you. So at that, well, no, we'll just have them stand at the mic there because that mic has an actual camera focused on it. So I don't care who goes first, and I can't see any of you because these lights are so bright. So someone stand up and introduce yourself. We could force the runner-up to go. There we go. Or, there we go. We have one. The ice has been broken. And then, you know, just start filling in.
Hi, everybody. My name is Elijah. I'm born and raised in Washington. Gamer tag MegaFroggy. Maybe you've seen me around. But I'm looking forward to playing some games and hopefully winning. So we'll see. There's a lot of good competitors.
All right.
I am Kel. I go by Dr. Senpai. This is my 14th PAX West. Took me 11 years to get in back in 2018 and got undone by Mario Tennis Aces, but now I'm back and hopefully I can redeem myself. I don't know. Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name's Sonia. I go by Kitnet on the internet. This is my second Omegathon, my first PAX West. I live in Washington, D.C., so I'm from the East Coast. Shout out to East Coast people out here. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. We'll see what happens. Hello, everybody. I'm Amanda, otherwise known as Lethria online. This is my first ever PAX.
Wow. Welcome.
Word to the wise, if you're going to go to any PAX for the first time, do it as an Omegonaut. Just do that. It's awesome.
This mic was made for tall people, and that's not me. Hi, my name is Melissa, and the name I'm going by today is Melissa. Thanks everyone. This is actually my second Omegathon. It seems like we have what we've been calling the Omegathon All-Stars, so there's a few repeats of us here. Originally from the Bay Area, but living up here in Seattle, and fun fact, PAX is the reason I first came to Seattle, and I fell in love with it.
This is Sunny Han. My handle is Chairman Hans, and this is my third PAX, and I've all been PAX West, and this is my first time as an Omegonaut, so I'm excited to be here.
My name is Jordan. I go by Sir Evil Octopus. This is my 12th PAX, I think. First time as an Omegonaut. Pretty excited to be here. We'll see where it goes.
My name is Garrett, go by Showy Colt 63, first PAX and Omegonaut. Got to give a shout out to my town, Corvallis, which got me the slot.
Hi, I'm Anastasia.
Anastasia. My username is Liquid Paint, and this is my very first time as an Omega Knot, and I would say it's going to be interesting because I practiced all the games on keyboard, then learned that it's a console, so it'll be fun.
Hello, everybody. My name is Josh. I go by Old Timey Sheriff online. I've been going to PAX, I think, 8 or 9 years. Never did an Omegathon yet, so I'm excited to do it and compete. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Hunter. My handle, I'm going by The Slayer. I'm from Austin, Texas, living there for the past few years, and this is probably right about my something to 12th to 15th PAX. I've been to many PAX West, I think started in 2009, and PAX East a bunch of times as well, even PAX South here and there. So always love PAX. Happy to be a Omega Knot, check it out and be part of the show, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Gonna have a good time.
Hey y'all, my name's Joe. I go by Gluten Intolerance on Twitch and everything else, for obvious reasons. This is like my 4th PAX, I think, and I had lost my job practicing games for this weekend, so
What?
we'll find out how I go. Okay, it was a corporate job, and I may have gone back down to the warehouse for it, but you know, it might be worth it, so.
I'm gonna feel so bad if you get on Zombie Dice where there's no control.
I am Paul. My handle is Commander Zim. I am from Columbus, Ohio. This is my 12th PAX, but it's my first West. I've been to every PAX East, and all it took for me to finally get picked as an Omega Knot was not good at East, apparently.
Hey, Galinda, they, them. This is my first time back to West since like 2015, I think, and tried to be an Omega Knot a lot, and yay, I'm here. I'm a professional mediocre gamer.
Hi, I'm Blair. My tag is Niobium Narwhal. This is my 13th PAX West, so hopefully that's my lucky number. It's my first time being a Omega Knot. I've been trying for a while. I'm glad to finally be here.
Hello, everybody. My name is Matt, gamertag Riftwood. This is, I believe, my 7th or 8th PAX, but first time Omega Knot. Love the Pacific Northwest. I'm here from Minnesota, so shout out to any Midwesterners in the room. But we love the PNW, are glad to be here, and excited to play some games.
Hello, everybody. I'm Endless Ninja Fairy, and I'm from Des Moines, Washington, where we pronounce the S.
Des Moines.
This is my 7th PAX, I think. I've never done anything Omega Knot related, so I'm just gonna try to have fun here and try to win.
Hi. I'm Daniel. I'm known as Dexor. I am the 2019 runner-up. So I've done this before. Not the AMA, but I became a dad last year. My family means everything to me, and games are fun. So see you all at the final round.
And if you were keeping count, you'll notice that we only had 18 Omega Knots, where we normally have 20. So we had 2 Omega Knots that chose for health and safety reasons to step back this show, which we thank them for. Which also means by the end of this hour, we have to find 2 more people. I'm sorry that you came here thinking you only had to ask questions. You might have to actually do this now. But the first part of the AMA is, I guess you can ask questions to figure out if you really want to do this, or how torturous it is, or things like that. I have no idea. I don't know. Does anybody have questions? Then if you do, that's what that microphone is for. And if not, I'm just going to stare at you, well, the lights for an hour. Somebody, anybody? Stuff you want to know about the Omegathon? Child's Play? You can ask me Child's Play questions too. I could talk for a long time on that.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm the Zombie. I was in your PAX Online East
Yes.
2021. My question is, will I get my shirt?
No.
If I join this Omegathon, can I have a shirt?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to throw my hat in the ring.
Noted.
What's the Omegathon like?
I don't know, I only run it. Here is my goal. It's 6 rounds of soul-crushing games where we just crush all the hope and life and joy out of all those people you just heard and introduce themselves.
I can throw my hat in the ring.
Wow, I sold it real well, didn't I?
Sold.
Just to give a more clear answer, in case you stumbled in here and like, this is a crowd will line up, I don't know what this is. The Omegathon started at the very first PAX back in '04. Someone had given Mike and Jerry and the Penny Arcade crew a collection of every single NES thing that existed, consoles and games and accessories and everything. And they ran a Omegathon contest of games where they started with 20 people. We eliminate 4 people down to 2 people. And the winner walked away with all of that Nintendo gear. And then over time it has evolved into, now it's a trip to PAX instead of Nintendo gear. But the format of the game, the contest has stayed the same the whole time.
What is the genre of the final game, and how can I play it?
Competitive. Pause.
Yes.
Like pause. Not pause like wait. Water balloons.
Okay.
And it sounds weird, and normally I shy away from, but glitter.
Yes.
If you can suss that out, you'll be in.
Awesome. Sign me up. All right.
No, you've already been in it before.
I know. I lost to your favorite finalist.
Yes.
The important question is, what is our Omeganauts' favorite cookies?
Ooh, that is a good question. Look at that. It's not on me, it's on the Omeganauts.
Sir Travis, Muse gave me a good idea. I'm just going to pick a random Omeganaut to answer some questions for generic ones like this.
Generic questions.
So
it is off time, by the way. Hold on,
Oh.
I should introduce you.
Oh, okay.
This is Ben, Lieutenant Hummus. He was a former Omeganaut. We won't talk about how far he did or didn't get in the games.
Nope, irrelevant.
But he built a fun app to check them in and randomize them and everything else. So who has to tell us their favorite cookie?
Gluten tolerance.
Oh, you're right in front of me. Should I stand up for it? Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Should I face the crowd or no?
Sure.
Okay. So, I gotta say gluten-free cookie, of course. I like, what are they called? The cinnamon ones. That one! Yep. I'm a snickerdoodle guy, so, yeah, that's in the final.
There we go. Yes, what's your question?
I have to go? Oh. No, I'm just up here to try to go for the pity party reasoning of maybe being an Omeganaut.
Oh.
Because, Travis, I've been at like 25-ish PAXs, and I've gotten the call once and I missed it because I was working.
Well,
so I'm really sad.
You need commitment. You got to quit that job for the Omegathon. That's what I want. If you're not willing to quit, then no.
So, that's all, I guess. So.
Hey, Travis.
Hello.
So at the end of the East Omegathon, you had left the medals in your hotel room, and you borrowed medals from somebody else and said, hey, after the event, I'll get those medals to you. What happened to those medals? Showtime Bro Time, by the way.
That's a good question, because they weren't in the box when I unpacked them from the East crate that has sat in a warehouse since East. Yeah, no, I don't know. The ether?
Oh, so there's no chance.
There's probably not. I mean, if I stumble across them, I will get them to
I'll
you
be in contact.
in some fashion. Email me once a show and be like, it's coming. Have you found them?
Oh, I'm way too short for this. Okay. I was just wondering how you choose the games for like each round.
So this time around, when I picked the games, I tried to choose some games that I knew had been successful in the past, just because enough craziness was happening right now, that it was like, okay, let's get some games that I know have been fun to watch and are sort of fun and challenging, and then to bring in a couple games that I've had my eyes on to sort of say, oh, I want to do this game. So like Floor Kids is one that I've sort of been thinking about for a long time, and I was just like, you know what, it's on the Switch, it's very easy. But I was in the process also of having to, this year, build the games for PAX Oz, RIP. And since we weren't able to travel, had to make sure that my PAX Oz rules were rules that I could give people. So this time was sort of a reach back and select some games that we've played before. In general, when building a game or building a set of games for the show, for a show like West, I try and get a couple tabletop games. So we have 6 rounds, counting the final round, and try and get a couple tabletop style games, and then some games that can run on, generally, it's really easy if they run on Steam, because it makes hooking things up very simple. It's just plug my laptop in and it's ready to go. But games that work with 4 people, because we generally work in chunks of 4, so we're eliminating either 4 people out of a group or 1 person out of a group of 4. So it gets interesting that way, and then it's just games that are fun to watch. So when we try and pick games and put things for the Omegathon together, I try and think about everybody who's spectating it and has to watch it happen, and much less concerned about how the Omeganauts feel about the game. Because if people are taking their time out of the show to come in and watch this happen and support people playing games, I want them to be able to see something that is at least somewhat interesting, or something where they feel like they can get invested in it. So, like Zombie Dice, round 1 tonight is just a complete push your luck random dice roll game. There's really no studying for it that you can do, or any of that. You can kind of figure out some of the odds, but they also color the dice for you, so you don't have to think too hard. It's red, that's not good. It's green, yay, this is pretty okay. And so just giving the audience a chance to sort of feel that, like, yeah, go for it, or no, stop, don't do it anymore. So something that will keep the people who are watching engaged.
Is an Omeganaut question. I guess it only works for people who have been to PAXs before, but maybe your favorite PAX memory and or a horror story of traveling to or from PAX. If you got that.
All right, I guess. This one's gonna go to Glinda. There you are.
Horror story traveling to PAX. Commander decks for Magic the Gathering usually aren't TSA friendly because they're so thick. They just come up as a very weird item, and I always get my bag checked coming here because of them.
Traveling with pins to Australia is always really fun, having bags full of pins. What is that bag of shrapnel you're carrying on the airplane? Why do you have that? No, it's just they're enamel pins, they're pretty. That's it, no questions, we're done, that's it, thank you. No more questions, darn it, okay.
I'll ask a question. I'm interested in the concept of Child's Play and where that inspiration came from. And then the second part of that would be some of your favorite games that kind of like got you involved in this thing, and your favorite game ever, your favorite game now, and then your game that you're most interested in seeing the Omeganauts play.
Oh, interesting. Okay, that's a list of them. Okay, Child's Play first, because if I get going, I could just be done by the time this is over. Child's Play's been around since 2003. So Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade founded Child's Play, and at the time it was one of those news cycles that we get in every now and then, right? That video games are bad and murder simulators, and people who play video games are horrible, and we should just shut the whole industry down. And they didn't feel like that represented their fans and their people. It doesn't represent, I would say, anybody here at PAX. And so they challenged their readers to donate toys to Seattle Children's Hospital. And so in the beginning of November, they said, hey, we're collecting toys for Seattle Children's Hospital. We want to go drop toys off, and we want to just put a good news story about gamers in the news cycle and force them to have to say something good about gamers. And they collected toys for 2 weeks. They collected over $250,000 worth of toys. made the drop-off at Seattle Children's. There's some cool pictures. If you go search up, you can see them. The therapy pool at the time was under repair, and so they're sitting on the edge of the therapy pool, and the pool is filled up with toys. And from there, they kind of went, well, this was a stunt that we did like out of spite, just to like, nah, you gotta say something nice now. But the community stepped up so much that they went, I guess we do this from now on. And so that's the founding story of Child's Play. At this point now, we went from, in 2003, it was Seattle Children's Hospital. We are in almost 190 hospitals now all across the world. So we're in Australia and New Zealand, and India and Kenya and England, and so we're all over. And we've done, for a long time, Child's Play got games and technology into hospitals, and I came on to officially join Child's Play in 2016, right as we were making a bit of a change from just sending things out to figuring out how can we be a more impactful charity inside the hospital space. So one of the first things that Child's Play did is create a therapeutic video game guide. So if you are interested in that at all, if you go past the Child's Play booth, we're up on the Sky Bridge, you can find the game guide. It has games broken down for symptoms inside a hospital. So it's looking at things, let's see if I can do all 6 of them. So there's short and long-term boredom, there's pain, anxiety, sadness, and cognitive impairment. And so we worked with EDAR, which is a video game research firm that essentially companies go to them and either say, hey, I want to market a game toward this audience. What do I need to put in my game so they will like it? Or, I made this game, who likes it? These are the stuff my game has, okay, this is who I market it to. But they look at games and they break games down into their components. And so working with them and working with some mental health professionals from UC Davis, they created a rubric to look at games alongside of all the other stuff that they're looking at with control setups and all the other things. I don't even know what EDAR all looks at, but all those kinds of pieces to look at those different symptoms. And so they broke it down into those key components, and then we get from them now monthly an updated list that says, here are the top games right now that are out, that are good for each of those 6 different areas. And so the areas are pretty hospital focused, but can kind of apply generally to everyone. So the short term is really looking at waiting room games, what's good to have in a waiting room. And it's helping people in a hospital understand that you don't put Final Fantasy out in a waiting room, because you'll never start the game and the kid will be like, I don't want to go. I'm making my hair still. And that a game like Tetris or Peggle is great, but if a kid is going to be in the hospital long term, that can't be the only thing that's available to them. Games like Mario Kart are a great example of games that work for pain. So they have lots of cognitive overload. There's lots of lights and timers and action and people throwing shells at you and you trying to pick stuff up and do those things. That helps your brain overload on inputs and kind of forget about the pain. And so it can reduce the need for medication. And there's been studies that show that benefit lasts beyond the time that you're playing. So not just in that time the controller's in your hand, but actually beyond that time frame. And games that help with anxiety are kind of the exact opposite. A Breath of the Wild or Minecraft in creative mode are great examples of games that help with anxiety. So they don't have those timers. They don't have the pressure of this must happen right now, but you can just run around and explore and take your time on the games. And so we put that together so that hospital staff, the child life staff that we support, are generally not gamers. So the child life staff that is the focus of your support when you support Child's Play are the people inside the hospital that make it different from an adult hospital. Both have doctors who diagnose you and say, this is your disease, your problem. They have nurses who treat you and follows those doctors' orders to give you your medication and all those things. But in a children's hospital, they have the child life staff, and they're the ones who help normalize life for kids inside the hospital. So they are teaching them at an age-appropriate level, what does this diagnosis mean? What does this treatment mean? What is a blood draw? What is an MRI? What is an X-ray? So that they can be prepared, but they're also providing them opportunity to play so that they can still be a kid, keeping them on track with school so that when they leave the hospital, they're not behind in their education, and working with the doctors and therapists to make sure that when they are prescribing things or planning therapy plans for kids, that they're age appropriate for the kids. So that's who we work with, and I would say they're like your favorite second or third grade teacher who loves kids, wants to take care of them, but if you gave them a VR-ready computer and an Oculus headset and said, how great is this? With this right here, you could take your class just with Google Earth to the pyramids, to Paris, to the Grand Canyon, you'd come back in a month and it'd be in the corner because they're just like, that tech is scary and they don't know how to use it. So the game guide was created so that they could start to understand and be intentional when they give games to kids. If you have a kid who's anxious about an upcoming procedure, if you can intentionally give them games that are more apt to reduce that anxiety, that can just help get them prepared for that. And if you give them Mario Kart, which is fun and they would love it and want to play it, but that can unintentionally build up that stress inside their body and sort of add to that level of anxiety. So that was our first tool. A second thing that we've done that I'm super excited for is, to date now, we've funded 30 positions inside the Children's Hospital. We're creating a whole new profession inside the Children's Hospital with pediatric gaming and technology specialists. And they are people who are pushing forward the use of games and technology inside children's hospitals. So working with doctors and therapists to use VR and augmented reality inside procedures instead of medication. Working with the child life staff so that they know how to get the consoles updated. We might go visit a hospital and hear that all their Xboxes are broken, and it's because the controller from room 5 ended up in room 2, and now when you're in room 2 hitting the button, the Xbox in room 2 doesn't turn on. So it's broken, so now we're just gonna put those two in a closet. And so they're keeping equipment updated, playing games with kids, using sort of all that cool STEM stuff that is becoming more and more donated in the hospital. So 3D printers so that kids can model things and print them, or using 3D printers to make end-of-life mementos for family members. And it's been really exciting to watch this profession grow, and it's been something that Child's Play has been able to do through the support of gamers who have come together and given to us so that we can help fund these positions. There's my quick Child's Play blip. My personal Omegathon history starts with the very first Omegathon back in '04. I was not in it, but I was an enforcer. I was friends with Mike and Jerry, so I was like, cool, you're doing this show thing. I don't know, I'll help you put it on. And before I came to Child's Play, I was a middle school math teacher and career and tech ed teacher. And I went to the very first round of the Omegathon thinking, what a cool thing these guys came up with. And it was a shit show. They had no idea how to do crowd control. They still today they're so much better at being comfortable in front of crowds, but they're not super comfortable with it. And in 2004, they were not at all. And so I stepped in because I was like, whatever, this is like a classroom of middle school. This is easy. Hey, you guys, get back. You guys over here. You sit down, do this. And so then I just showed up to every round, and I skipped out on all my enforcer jobs because all my enforcer jobs were around the rounds that were supposed to be there. And I was like, hey, manage. And when the show got done, I was like, if you guys do another one of these ever, just let me do it for you, and then you can just come MC it. And eventually over time, their jobs in the show grew so much that they didn't have the ability to MC it, and so by default, it is now my baby. So, my favorite Omegathon game, if I say Spy Party, are you gonna quit, Ben?
I will walk out of the room, but you can say it's Spy.
It's not Spy Party. God, my favorite one, I don't know. Can I just say that I hate Jenga? It's so good. I wish that it could be in every single Omegathon game. But if you've ever watched a Jenga game in the Omegathon, like normally Jenga is so fun with your friend, you're like, this is great, you can play it while you're drunk. It takes like 12 hours for someone to make one move, and they look like this. I'm gonna grab a piece, I can't, okay, no, okay. And then they touch it, and they're like, it's the tower. And they finally get a piece out, and they're like, I've gotta put it on the top, I can't, okay. So we can't ever do Jenga again for that reason. But we've done, like, if you can think of a form of Jenga, we've done it. We've done normal Jenga and giant Jenga and reverse Jenga and Jenga on top of Jenga. It's a game that will never ever come back again because I don't have infinite time. We're gonna probably run over with zombie dice, and the enforcers in here are gonna get mad at me tonight. But are we the last one? Don't actually answer that. Never mind. I take it back. I don't want to know if there's anyone behind me. But God, I don't know. A favorite game. Ben, Tara, do you guys have a favorite game aside from Spy Party?
So I will say one game I know I'm always trying to pitch and I always want to do, but it'll never work, is like some sort of social deduction game like The
God, I
Resistance.
wish. So much.
If I can get Among Us in the Omegathon, I will die a happy man.
That's one of the hard parts, is there are so many games like that I would love to do. Those sort of any game that is asymmetrical just doesn't work. You can't have this little group is working against this bigger group, because either all the little groups have to win to keep things easy and eliminate people, or we have to play multiple rounds of it so everybody has had a chance to be something. But yeah, if we could ever figure out a way to make one of those work, I would love it.
Well, there was one asymmetric game that worked really well in the final round, but we can't talk about it, so it's okay. It was Spy Party.
It was Spy Party.
Great game. Horrible memories.
It's also keep talking and nobody explodes.
Keep talking, nobody explodes.
Keep talking, nobody explodes was really good.
Worked really well.
Which you lied to me about.
I did lie to you about. On the flight to Boston, he's like, what is it? Keep talking, nobody explodes VR? I was like, no. There were too many people in the airport. I couldn't tell you there. Yeah, I don't know. I brought up my list of games earlier because I was like, I should have the list of all the games ever because someone's going to ask me about them. And I don't know. Any game that we can get bluffing in, I really like. Because I don't know. So we have Skull coming up, which if you haven't ever played Skull, is just this game. You have skulls and roses on your little discs, and you're just saying whether or not it's out there, and you're trying to figure out, do I believe you? Do I not believe you? Okay, is it time I'm going to call you now? And can you bluff me? And that's the closest we can get to sort of that deduction game of a werewolf or a resistance or something like that. So those to me I think are the most fun, especially if we can put them later so that they've had time to spend together. I will say we do have we have another online, the original PAX Online, Omeganaut here. And that one was so much fun. We did a Grand Prix style, so there were 6 of them, and just every night we got online and hung out for I don't know, we were almost 2 hours hanging out with setup and kind of finished the game, and then we'd sort of laugh about the game afterwards. And that was really fun, just because it kept the whole group together. Oh my God, if I say this now, I'm guilting them into it. But normally people lose in round 1 and they disappear and we never see them again. But by the end, the group of Omeganauts who hang around become this kind of tight-knit little posse. And that's always really fun to see because they get together again at the next show when they come back. And every now and then I slip up and I don't know what happened, 5 of you on this time around, I slip up and invite them back again to another show. And they're we're here, we did it, we're in again. So that part is really fun for me too, when the Omeganauts can bond. Psst, you guys should bond, it's super cool. You're the only 20 people at this show who get to do, okay, there's 18 of you right now. But yeah, did I get all your questions? I remember there's a lot of them. All right, close enough. That means I missed something important and he doesn't want to say it again. No.
So normally we have Make a Strip to support Child's Play, Cookie Brigade would be out. A lot of that can't happen this year. What's the best way to support Child's Play at this show?
Swing by the booth, and we have, Child's Play's got cool merch at the booth. So you could pick up some Child's Play merch that, then maybe someone later will ask you about it and be like, where'd you get that? What is that? We can take donations there. There's info in there. If you are any kind of streamer, you could do a streaming thing for us. If you work for a company that has company match, donation match, you could do a donation and have them match it and double your donation gifts that way. You could join the Amazon Smile Club and choose Child's Play as your Amazon Smile charity. We get a stupid amount of money from Amazon Smile, and it's like 1 penny it's like 1/10 of a penny for every $1 you buy on Amazon, but it adds up ridiculously. Shoot, this is on Twitch. I'm not supposed to say this. Well, no, I can say that part. I wasn't going to say the thing. The other thing that I wanted to say, I can't, but it's cool. It's really good. Do that. There's a good thing about it, but just stats that I'm not supposed to share. That's cool. Yes, sir.
Well, I was going to ask what the best game was and why was it Jenga, but you already covered that. So, to the Omeganauts, what was your least favorite round in the past?
Oh, people who've been in it, your least favorite round.
I don't know.
Mario Tennis?
Yeah, yeah, but it's, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, who here has been in the Omegathon before? Because I can only remember. Like,
even audience people, if you've been in the Omegathon, if you've been in it, you should line up and say what game sucks.
You're already in front of a mic. What was your least favorite game?
Tricky Towers.
Oh, that one was so good.
Wait, I need a pencil to write all these down. We're going to make the worst Omegathon games ever list.
If you were in the Omegathon, tell us what you hated so we can do it again.
No, but for real, jump up if you were in the Omegathon and tell me the worst games.
Space Team VR kept breaking. It just went blank on me. I was like, oh no, I'm gonna lose. So I kept saying, it's crashing. And Mike was making fun of me, and I was just like, I'm not gonna win because of this. So Space Team VR.
Space Team VR. Hey, that's Space Team's it's a real fun game, guys. It's really good.
So along the lines of Space Team VR, aside from Space Team, what's been kind of the greatest disaster of a game to have?
Oh, aside from Space Team?
And as long as I'm up here, if I can make a quick plug, also for Child's Play, the Cookie Brigade is doing an online stream, and there's a Tiltify link where we'll ship you cookies safely after PAX. So go there.
I'm glad you said that. I forgot that one. Skee-ball was the scariest one to set up because we had to build a skee-ball machine, and then it didn't work, and then we spent forever trying to fix it and make it finally work, and then it worked, and then skee-ball happened, and it was a great game, and no one knew that we were panicking beforehand.
My least favorite game was Overcooked 2, that I was bad at it. I remember we have the Discord for the PAX Online folks, and I put out like, hey, will someone practice this game with me? And none of the other Omeganauts wanted to play with me. And one regretted it.
No practice, that's true.
So I had a Gang Beast-induced mental breakdown, which ended with me buying a PlayStation 4 just to fucking play that thing. That's not even, I was running off a goddamn potato laptop, so I had, it was only ever on PlayStation 4 at the time, so it's just like, all right, fine, whatever, fuck it, sure. Mario Tennis Aces ended up being my undoing, and I set that thing on fire once I got home. And my mother wants to kick you in the balls for forcing her to play Skull so many times.
But I brought you back, and it made us happy. You and I, we cried on the call. It was fun. We were good.
So I was in Omegonaut here 2019, and I lost first round, so Doodle Rush has to be my least favorite round.
Right.
I mean, yeah, Doodle Rush was rough, but, so Party Golf was the most chaotic thing I've ever been a part of.
That means it's good.
It was great.
Chaotic, that's what we want.
It was so great to watch. It was very stressful to be a part of.
I will say for Party Golf, I remember you had like a whole rule set that you programmed into the game beforehand.
Yeah.
And then we got there and it got deleted
And then it was
somehow.
deleted. Yeah, I spent a long time with the Party Golf guys and was like, let's build the most perfect worst game ever. And I had it all saved, and then I don't know what happened to my because it's like a saved profile in the game. It's like, save this game setup so you can play it anytime you want. And then we came in here and we set it all up and was like, that's gone. What do we do?
Yeah, so I remember we tried to reconstruct it as best we could.
Yeah, we made our best.
It was fine.
Yeah, our best stab at it. It could have been worse.
Yeah.
Hey. Hi. So I was in Omega West, not in 2016. I made it to the semifinals, but I would say probably Seth was the worst because someone was colorblind and they couldn't actually play it.
Yeah, we've got, like, listen.
Yeah.
We're trying to get better. It is
Zombie dice.
Yeah.
You just called out zombie dice as red and yellow and red or green. That's also colorblind.
I didn't make it.
Just call out the colors as they
I'll
happen.
tell you the colors in your hand if you want to know.
Just tell them. Make it accessible. Thank you.
Hello. PAX Online 2020. The worst game was QWOP.
Come on! We finally got it in.
I completely jinxed myself in that practice round, going, I don't even remember how
Your practice was like 8,000
Yeah.
miles. It was like
I
forever.
went almost the whole way, and then we started, and I just completely flopped.
Quapped.
I'm answering from here because I'm too lazy to walk all the way around.
Justified.
So I participated in 2014, and JS Joust was my outing round. If you don't know that one, it's a movement game where you're not supposed to knock your thing, but you're supposed to knock everyone else's. Remember I had trouble at that mic over there? I'm 5'1". That wasn't fair. But it was fun. It's a good game.
That was Ben's fault. That was Ben's game.
I know.
I finally let him do it, and you ruined your life. Just
Yeah.
remember that when you get out this time that Ben ruined it first, not me. Okay, checking the time. We still have 20 minutes. I don't know if there's an AMA, but I know if everybody asks me everything, I guess. Anything? This is the weird time? Weird quiet time? How many of you, okay, first off, how many of you, when you buy your tickets, check the box to say, yes, I want to be in the Omegathon? All the Omeganauts did, yes. All right. If you ever wanted to be in the Omegathon, we'll give you that. Maybe someone sometime later will watch this on Twitch and be like, how? How do I get in on this shenanigans? Step one, when you buy your PAX ticket, there's a checkbox that says, yes, I want to be in the Omegathon. So that's like, what did we just figure out? Around -5.
-7, yeah.
-5. Round one then is we send out an email that is like, did you really mean it? Do you really want to do it? Here, give me all your information so that I can actually call you. And then I get a giant spreadsheet of people who filled that out. So that's round -4. Round -3 is you have to answer your phone when I call you from an unknown number, because I don't want people to call me back later and be like, no, please give me a spot. Because I can't mentally handle that. I've got to get people as much as I can. And I already spend too many hours making phone calls, which is really copy and then paste into Skype and be like, dial. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. That Skype song haunts me for like a week later. And then you answer your phone. That's round -3. Round -2 is then you have to email me back your photo and your signed contract. And then round -1 is you have to show up Friday morning. So we meet early Friday morning. You get your cool Omeganaut badge. You get your Omeganaut shirt, which is like the most exclusive shirt in the show. And then we get you in to the media hour, so you get to see the expo floor when it's empty and walk around and see it. And then apparently round 0 is sit through a really weird AMA for an hour and have to hang out here and not see stuff at the show. And then round 1 is play some game like Zombie Dice that maybe you get eliminated and you did all those other things and you're like, why? Because it's fun. There's a Facebook group where I don't do the Facebook, but I just like to pretend they just yell about me in it. So Ben and Tara manage that, and I think that probably I'd feel really good about myself or real bad if I went into it, because I want it to be real horrible for you guys in like a loving way.
Hello. Again.
Welcome back to the mic.
Yeah. We've got 20 minutes. We don't have any more questions. And there was a lot of hands for people who wanted to be a Meganauts.
There were. I'm still trying to figure out how the heck I'm going to do it. So
How about competitive rock, paper, scissors up there on the stage?
Oh my God, rock, paper, scissors on the stage. All right.
No, this might, I have an idea.
All right.
How many people want to be in the Megathon? Just a rough count.
Okay, if you're not in it currently.
Yeah, if you're not in it currently.
All right. And then if you haven't been, okay.
All right, everyone to that
Wait,
side.
hold on. Now if you've been in the Omegathon, so wait, keep your hands up. And now if you've been in it and done this torturous thing before, you have to put your hand down. We gotta spread the love. I almost want to just bring the Zombie and Boba Fett back and be done, because they did it online. But that'd be cheating, and I have 18 minutes to fill, and I can't. Are you rock, paper, scissoring it?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, if online doesn't count. If you did an in-person Omegathon, we're gonna say no. And you have to be honest, because sometimes with masks, I can't see anybody's face anyways. So someone could point and be like, no, you won the game before. Okay, do your thing, Ben, what are we doing?
All right, I was gonna say, all right, everyone who's
Should we make him explain it first, so that if it sucks?
We're not gonna
Cool,
explain it. I have
all
an
right,
idea.
if it's real
All
bad,
right.
it's Ben's fault.
Yeah, it sucks. All right, put your hands up just so I can get a quick estimate.
There is an age limit, you gotta be 18. She's gotta be able to sign a legal binding contract. Oh yeah, so if you're not 18, don't do this either.
All right, so everyone who's on this side of me, go line up on that side of the stage. Everyone who's on this side of me, go line up on that side of the stage.
Right in front of that speaker, so when I talk, it's right in your ears. Is this gonna take the better part of 15 minutes?
It might.
Cool.
All right, so who are the first two in line? Come here.
Oh, is this really it? I hope the cameras can see this. Also, my eyes are watering so much from the light, and I'm trying not to touch them.
All right, so you're gonna rock, paper, scissors. Whoever lost, sit down. The other person get back in line. We're just gonna keep
You
going.
only get one.
You won. Yeah, that's the one. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, go.
All right, back in line. You're sit down. Next
All
person,
right.
come on up.
We're gonna get one person, and we need two.
We'll just get the last two. It'll be fine.
1, 2, 3, shoot. 1, 2, 3, shoot.
We're counting so fast, guys. Those two people took less than a minute.
I'm stretching it out.
Yeah, buy time.
You know, it's important to get your stretches in. You know, you're not going to do that. All right, ready? Wow, this is just really intense. Okay, we're going to bring it down. Let's go it already.
I can't pull this in front of the speaker.
1, 2, 3, shoot.
This right side's, yeah, this side's going. You ruined it for right side.
Got this. 1, 2, 3, shoot. Robert, paper, scissors, shoot. Yes. 1, 2, 3, shoot. 1, 2, 3, shoot. 1, 2, 3, shoot. One, two, three, shoot. 1, 2, 3, shoot. 1, 2, 3, shoot. 1, 2, 3, shoot.
This is perfect. Keep going, guys. I need a long time of this. Oh, we're back around to left side's.
This is stressful. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
That was, yeah.
Go to the other side.
Okay. Did we, hold on, let's wait to make sure we got the sides balanced here. Did we reset that? I saw Ben was crawling around there doing something. Okay, we're good, all right.
Keep doing it.
Go on that side. Yep.
We're down to 4. No, we're at 4 now. We're at 4 now. Okay, hold on. Yeah, even up, because we need 2 people. There we go. Okay. Whoever wins. One of you wins and is stuck in this, and one of you has to give up your badge and go home. Wait, reset. No rhythm.
1, 2, 3, show! 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 Now!
All right. We have person number 19. And person number 20. Amazing. All right.
All right, you won, right?
Baby Fett's super easy because I have all our info from online.
Did you win?
But, no. Ariel won. We still have, yeah, that took 4 minutes. Don't worry, I have her info. I just need his info. Sure, go introduce yourselves.
Oh, we got a championship though, best of the winners.
Well, no, that's what the final round is now. They have to get through.
Hi, I'm Ariel. Hi. This is my second Omegathon. From Portland, Oregon. And this is actually my second PAX as well. So, well, I mean, I guess real PAX, online PAX.
Yeah, online
Does it
counted.
count? Does it count?
It counts.
I guess it counts. My third PAX.
Howdy, I'm Chris. I go online by Pwn Stick. This is my, I don't know how many PAXs, it's been a lot. First time as an Omegathon. So.
All right. Just had to socially engineer your way into my horrible competition. All right, we'll have to get all your info. I have all of Ariel's info from it. Last chance, otherwise I guess we're just gonna, I mean, like, we don't need to sit here for 10 minutes longer. These lights are so bright in my eyes, I can't see anything at all. But a question, oh, there's a question. Any questions? This is it, last chance for questions. Make them the best questions.
You said anything.
I did.
I'm a connoisseur and inflictor of bad jokes and dad jokes.
Oh no.
Let's hear it. Hit me with your best shot.
Okay, so everybody loves knock-knock jokes as a bad joke. I'm gonna do my favorite knock-knock joke. Okay, you start.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
Oh, God damn it. My turn. My turn.
It works every time.
Because I want to see if I can get a ground. What happens when you cross a ghost and a moose?
Boost?
You get a caribou.
All right, well done. No, you got eliminated. You can't ask for a chance back in.
You ever think about doing role-playing characters against each other as part of the Omegathon attacks?
Oh, man, we have thought about, like, could we D&D PvP? Yes, we've thought about that. Deck building games, those would be fun too. I don't know. The catch is you get either I have to make characters myself, or we got to spend time with people making characters, and then someone is like, you didn't max min my elven thief mage combo. Why did you do that? So as much fun as some of those things would be, much like the asymmetric games, it'd be cool. I just, you know, if you think of a good way to figure it out, let me know. Okay, is that it? Anything else? No? Another question. Paul's coming back. Hashtag Cookie Brigade's doing a thing. Get your cookies.
I'm out of ideas, I'm sorry.
Okay. But do check out the Cookie Brigade. Like they said, is it a $75 donation gets you cookies shipped?
I don't remember, I haven't looked at the Tiltify today. I'll check.
All right. Check out Cookie Brigade on Tiltify. They're doing, along with their streams all through PAX, if you make a large enough donation that I think was $75, I'm not really sure for sure, they will ship you cookies, and then you get your Cookie Brigade cookies there as well. Peanut butter sriracha is happening to be shipped. Yeah. If you want to make a donation, but give your peanut butter sriracha cookies to me, let me know. I'll give you my address. That's weird. Maybe I won't. I don't know about that now. I don't give my phone number out. I take it back. My wife probably wouldn't like that if she were watching right now. She's teaching, though. It's fine. That's okay. With that, no, another question. I babble long enough to get us here. We're going to be the whole hour.
If I beat you at rock, paper, scissors, can I be an Omeganaut next year?
No.
It's favorite color.
Do you know how much stuff I'd have to forget? My favorite color is a kind of a tie between orange and green. Not like mixed together, that's just brown, but like orange, green. Yes, are we doing this? Are we really doing it? We're 7 minutes left, 7 minutes. Dumb questions, it's an AMA, ask me anything you want. Maybe it's important, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call your question dumb, that was mean.
Yeah, that's fair. Now, also math teacher, and since you said it, do you have a favorite lesson that you had?
Well, I finished, so I taught middle school, I taught everything from like 7th grade math to geometry. Geometry was really fun to teach and the worst subject ever to take. I hated it. I hope that my students didn't hate it because it was really cool to teach. But I ended teaching career and tech ed, so I did game programming. So we made computer games. We did robot programming and robot buildings. They had to learn all their gear ratios and all that kind of stuff. So I really liked. If I had to go back to teaching, I would hope that I could get where I was, which was this really cool tech ed class that included everything from like personal finance, which should be a class everyone should have to take, personal finance to robotics and 3D modeling and printing and everything in between. It's the AMA, get to know me now. Except those two, they're leaving. They don't like me, I guess. Maybe they're going to the questions. I shouldn't have said that.
No, emergency phone call.
Emergency phone call, okay.
Yeah, 100%. So you've done pretty much all the Omegathons. Are there certain like personality traits or certain kinds of people that tend to do really well? Like, are super confident people out in the first round, or like, have you noticed a trend at all?
If you're super overconfident, you usually make it about 3/4 of the way. And then you get into some game that is something sort of like Zombie Dice this time around is game 1, where it's like, it doesn't matter how good of a gamer you are, it's all dice, it's all random. But you run into one of those kind of random games, because it's not like we're building, FPS games and like MOBAs or things like that, right? It's just like, these are random games, and you run into something, you run into something like Overcooked, where all of the sudden you're doing okay, and then the kitchen catches on fire and your fire extinguisher is blocked and everything is burning and you're just like, ah, and then they panic more. So they tend to go okay. But yeah, otherwise, if you're just someone who's there to have fun, you tend to do pretty well. You make it to the end if you're just there to have a good time.
Thanks, man.
You were correct at 75.
I'm good at my job.
So I have an important question. What is your favorite flavor of ice cream?
Ooh. I would probably, if I could only eat one flavor of ice cream forever, I would probably land on a strawberry ice cream. Tillamook strawberry ice cream. I mean, I wouldn't want to go away from all the others, but as a simple, that's the milkshake. Chocolate milkshake, vanilla milkshake, none of those.
You said you were a geometry teacher.
Oh God, no, listen.
What's the law of signs?
How many years ago was that? Way too many.
What's the law of signs?
Way too many years ago, and here's the secret. Your teachers are crap without their textbooks in front of them. We don't know crap. We know how to handle children, not what we're teaching.
I want to know what round the Omegas are you looking forward to?
Ooh, good one. If we ended on that question, it's like 4 minutes. That'd be so good. The zombie, though, what do you want to ask? We'll go back to your question real fast so that the zombie gets to ask.
It was child's play related. So, you've got these positions that you're trying to open up in hospitals. So you've got, there's the child's life people that are definitely skilled in dealing with children. Then you're trying to hire or get technicians in there to...
The game techs, yep.
Yeah. What's the best avenue to try and get in a role like that.
Keep an eye on Child's Play's Twitter. We announced, I think we just put out yesterday, one of the ones that got posted, the jobs that are posted every time that a hospital does a grant with us. As soon as they get the job posting, we blast it out there and say, hey, here's their job posting. But if you have a background in games and tech and like working with kids, it'd be a cool job. All right, Omeganauts, as we send people out, you have to tell us what your game that you're most looking forward to? Most looking forward to this, of the games that we built this time.
Yeah, I'm just gonna run down the line.
Down the line.
Oh, sir, the insult simulator.
Floor Kids.
Floor Kids.
I think it's Zombie Dice.
Certainly Insult Simulator.
Skull.
Gotta say Speedrunners.
Speedrunners.
Oh, sir.
Definitely Speedrunners.
Oh, you're.
You're just a person.
Skulls. All the way over here.
Floor Kids.
Nice.
Zombie Dice?
Skulls.
Speedrunners.
Then.
Yeah, definitely Floor Kids.
Skull.
Insult generator.
Nope. All right. Cool. I think that's. Oh, did I get miss anyone? Oh. Oh,
got
yeah,
our new ones.
two new folks who probably don't even know what the games are.
Oh, sir, for sure.
Excellent. Also, everyone who said Skulls, 100% correct. Because that game's
This is
amazing.
gonna be so good. All right, where's my one other new Omeganaut? You stay here for a minute. Everyone else, y'all can leave. Thank you for coming. We'll see you back tonight at 5:30 when we play Zombie Dice.
That's my man throwing down.
One attendees, man, it's been so long. Welcome everyone, welcome to the Wholesome Games, Little Games You'll Love panel. Our goal with this panel is to find you wonderful, wholesome games that you can go look up and play and improve your life. So we're gonna start off with some quick introductions. My name is Alex Uboldi, pronouns he, him. I'm a co-founder and game designer at Cat Quartet Games, and I'm a producer at a company that I can't talk about because it's under NDA, which is always fun. I will be your host for today, guiding you through this magical journey of wholesome games. And joining me on this panel, we have Victoria. Tell us about yourself.
Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you. My name is Victoria Kanya, and I am a gameplay producer at Riot Games for Legends of Runeterra. In addition to that, I'm also one of the co-founders of Cat Quartet Games with Alex, where we make fun board games. And then on the side, I like to make indie video games projects with my friends. So yeah, that's me.
My name is Emily Kind, and I am the founder and editor-in-chief at Game Raven Review. I'm also a content creator for iWorldCon, the Indie World Order convention. And I'm also a Twitch streamer in association with the Forest Fae community. And it's a community by and for disabled, chronically ill, and neurodivergent content creators like myself. Yeah, that's me. Nice to see you.
Hi there, I'm Donna Pryor, they, them pronouns, and I am the community director at Catan Studio. I'm also the executive director of OrcaCon, the local tabletop conventions focused on diversity, inclusion, and accessibility.
Hi, my name is Renee Gittins. I'm the executive director of the International Game Developers Association, where it is our mission to support and empower game developers in achieving fulfilling and sustainable careers. So if you want to be a game developer, let me know or look us up. I will help you there.
I love your Pusheen cup in your picture.
Oh, thank you. It's very wholesome. I am also the creative director and CEO of my own indie studio called Stumbling Cat, and we're working on a game called Potions: A Curious Tale.
Yay!
All right, so before we jump into our game recommendations, what is a wholesome game? You all know what a wholesome game is. We all know what a wholesome game is. But what does that mean? Does anyone here have an idea of what a wholesome game is? Is it an aesthetic? Or is it mechanics? Is it themes? What makes a wholesome game to you? Victoria, you want to start?
Yeah, so I think wholesome games are something that I've liked my entire life. And it's interesting because I remember when I was growing up, wholesome games were things that weren't really considered games before. But there was something about them that were always appealing to me. It was this feeling of coziness, more peacefulness, not really combat-driven, games that were more zen and about lifestyle. And something that I'm really appreciative of is that wholesome games have been starting to get more acknowledged as a genre. And that's something that I think is really great. So from my perspective, a wholesome game is, it's really about the feeling that it gives you. Is this something where it's cozy, it's zen, it's peaceful, this is something that's relaxing, as opposed to other games that are more combat-driven or aggressive. So that's what I would say.
For me, I think that wholesome games remind me a lot of the really old book series Chicken Soup for the Soul. Right? I mean, they make you feel warm and fuzzy and refreshed and comforted. And maybe they have small combat elements or something that's like minorly stressful, but for the most part, yes, they have very zen elements. They're very much about getting lost in almost an active meditation of tending to your flowers or animals or matching patterns. And I think that there's a lot of aesthetics that support that, but they're not limited by aesthetic. They're not limited by gameplay. They're not limited by mechanics. It is the feelings that they create that make them wholesome.
Yeah, and to bounce off that, I feel that there's a lot of games that have wholesome components. So that's for me, like, taking like Valheim. Right, it's this Viking, kind of, oh my God, everything's happening. But for me, it's wholesome because I do nothing but chop down trees and, mine stone and mine stuff for my team. And so I will spend hours just creating and gathering resources. When I play WoW, I'm like, if it's fishing, I do it. Any game that has fishing, that's me. I do everything fishing because to me, that is wholesome. And I love, it's really relaxing. I don't want to go out and do a dungeon. I want to go get that next fishing achievement.
That's a great comment, Don. And actually, one of the things that I forgot to mention is doing mundane tasks. I love doing mundane tasks, like chopping stuff, fishing for things, collecting rocks. I love that.
Yeah, one of our writers calls it a chore simulator. Yeah, and along those lines, like kind of like how I see all of these is exactly like that, but it's kind of like wholesome games are games that take care of you and take care of those around you. And what I mean by that is like how it takes care of you is it provides a safe space for you to relax and care for each other. And whether that's like through dialogue or atmosphere, or if it's like widening your perspective of the world or encourages you to care for others in a different way. I personally play a lot of visual novels that I would consider cozy games, and they do all of those things. They kind of help you widen your perspective and create safe spaces for other people as well as yourself when you need it.
Well, that's great. I think holistically, the safe space in a video game is a really telling aspect of wholesome games, because when you have, sometimes you go into a video game and you're going there for competition or to feel exhilarated or to be on a roller coaster ride, but a wholesome game is really like the AFK room at PAX, right? Like you go there and you relax and you chill, and it's kind of a way, and even if what you're doing is mundane or chores, it gets you in a zen flow where you just are able to do it, relax, and then really come out of it feeling much better for yourself and feeling much better because you've helped yourself, your character, and others in the game as well. So yeah, really great definition. So now that we talked about what makes a wholesome game to us, without further ado, let's look at some wholesome games. All right, so speaking of cozy, we have Cozy Grove.
It has cozy in the title. That feels pretty wholesome.
Yeah, it's pretty wholesome. So why Cozy Grove? What's so cool and special about Cozy Grove as a wholesome game?
Do you want me to go?
Yeah, go.
I'll go. So I had heard about this because a bunch of my friends who had been playing Animal Crossing started getting into this, and I was like, Cozy Grove, that sounds great. I never really synced up with Stardew Valley because a bunch of them also were playing that game, and it just never really hooked me in, even though it's a beautiful, gorgeous, wonderful game. But Cozy Grove was great. You know, I like the stories that these ghost bears are coming up with, whether they are, you know, sad stories or, you know, and they're all ghosts, and you're a scout. So you're just like a scout who goes in and helps, and I love all the costuming, I love all the quests. The story is great. I love how it unlocks and makes the land colorful as you progress and you help them and you get to see their stories and photos. And there's a lot of collection that goes on here, which I also like. And the decoration aspect is super fun. It's just, I love that I can play, and it is time gated. Is that there is a point, and people will either love this or hate this, and I like it because if I sat down with something cozy, I could play it all night. And sometimes I really shouldn't do that. And so I get to a place at a certain time, and they're like, you're done with your quest today, come back tomorrow. Or some of the quests may have a multi-day component about it. And so you keep up with the stories, and you keep up. Some of the stories are, you know, they're happy, they're sad, it's just, you wouldn't think it would be really, like I wasn't really thinking about the narrative part of it when I first started playing, but now I'm really into it. Yeah, and there's a lot of diversity that's also in the game with the costumes that you can wear, with NPCs, like one of the NPCs I unlocked recently is in a wheelchair. And so the developers are looking about putting that in game for your player character. So they are really good about listening to development, what makes this game cozy, and they want to keep it that way.
I find the time gating to be actually what I consider a very cozy element, because when I get into other games of this style that have like unlimited collection quests, you can spend, an entire week grinding straight, then I feel like I should be grinding more, and if somebody gets ahead of me and they're showing me all the cool things they unlocked, I feel a lot of pressure. So I think for me, the time gating part actually makes Cozy Grove particularly appealing.
I want to go pick up that seashell I see on the screen over there by the sandcastle.
Yeah, for me, it kind of fits into the definition I was just talking about. It kind of takes care of you because, you can do those mundane tasks. But it also kind of encourages you in a way to help others, because the whole game is about helping these spirits find out more about themselves and remember things about themselves and bringing color literally back into the world again. And for me, that's that's encouraging.
Yeah, all right. When everything starts out kind of gray and dark, and then the more that you give, the more that you help, then the brighter the world becomes.
That's beautiful.
Okay, so let's take a look at our next game. So yeah, our next game is Unpacking. So to me, Unpacking is like environmental storytelling, the game, because it follows the same person unpacking at different various locations throughout their lives. And it's very zen to unpack and use the game's mechanics to properly line everything up. But it also tells this really interesting story of a person and what they choose to bring with them and what they've left behind. So you can see oh, in college I had this teddy bear, and then 10 years later I still kept it. But I lost that other teddy bear. Where did it go? What happened to that teddy bear? And you were naturally curious to keep playing, but it's also very comfortable and cozy, and the music is lovely. Victoria, you played Unpacking. What was your experience with the game?
Yeah, so I saw this game at Wholesome Direct earlier this year, and something about it really spoke to me. And I'm like, this is a game where you're unpacking stuff and putting it away. And so maybe by description, you're like, is this something that's exciting? But to me, I'm like, wow, this is super cool, because you get to move things around, you get to unpack, and you get to know more about the character and who were they in 2004? Who are they in 2010? What stuff did they have as a kid? What stuff did they give away? And also, the puzzle part where you're trying to figure out, where should I put this toothbrush? And I was joking when I was streaming it to Alex earlier this week. I'm like, where do I put this toothbrush? Do I put it on the toilet? Do I put it in this cup? Where did it go? It was a lot of fun. You unpack the game and you have a shoe and you open it in the kitchen and you're like, where does this go? Does this go under my bed or in the closet? And I found this game to be really relaxing, and I like the part of it where you get to express yourself a little bit, because every item doesn't have to go into an exact spot. You have a little bit of creative freedom to be like, yeah, I want to display my soccer trophy on my desk, but I'm going to put my action figurines on this bottom shelf or something like that. And so I
Where
thought,
do I want to hide my diary?
Oh yeah,
Very important decision. Is it under the pillow? Are you an under the pillow person, or is it in the closet? Who knows?
Yeah, when I was playing the game, I put my diary on my shelf.
You put it on a bookshelf for everyone to see, and I'm like, no one would ever put the diary there. And the game was like, no, of course you wouldn't put your diary there, which I really liked.
Right, I did too, actually. I put it on the desk.
You put it on
I couldn't figure out why I couldn't keep going forward. I'm like, what's wrong with my diary just being out for everybody to read?
I guess I'm the only person who kept my diary on my bookshelf. I don't know. I didn't realize it was that weird.
In the game, I guess the character likes to put their diary under their pillow. So that's pro tip, it goes under the pillow.
Cool. So our next game.
So I feel like this game is like wholesome distilled. And I also think that it harkens back to the discussion before of not all wholesome games were considered games. And I think this is right on that border there. So Kind Words is a game where you can write and receive kind words from other people. It starts off with this dear messenger coming to you and feeling really down about their job, and you write them a kind letter, and then that unlocks the rest of the game where you can read messages from other people who are going through different things in their life, good things, bad things, and looking for supporting words. And you can send those letters with those supporting words and request some for your own, as well as send just like random, hey, you rock messages and little paper airplanes, and those float by and you can grab them as well. I think that Kind Words has really just created a community that is so wholesome and supportive of each other, and the entire design of it, from how it encourages the writing of these letters to the lo-fi beats to the beautiful aesthetic, I think it all really flows well in creating a perfect place for empathy and kindness and outreach to others.
Yeah, the first time when I got my hands on this, I was really excited about it. And the first time I started reading some of the requests from other people, I literally cried on my live stream. I just busted out and cried because it was just like, I just wanted to take this person, tell them that everything would be okay. You know, and so, and then some things that come up that I think are very personal, so I don't want to respond to them necessarily while I'm streaming, but I'll, do that afterwards. And some of them are just like, I'm having a bad day, and, just if you read this, I know that I'm going to have a good day. And then the little affirmations might be something that comes through, you can click on it, and it's like, hello, I'm from Greece, and I want you to have a great day. Just like wonderful things like that. So you can have a lot of really good conversation. There is also, in the game itself, one of the things I really like that you can see this on the website and in game is resources for suicide awareness and depression and things like that, that you can see these resources in real time. They promote a ton of kindness. And that is everything that I find about this game. It's all based on kindness to yourself and kindness to others. And I love just sitting and playing this and talking to people. And you get to send them stickers. Everybody has sticker collection books.
Who doesn't like stickers?
Right?
Yeah, this sounds like a really beautiful experience wrapped up in a game that has fostered such an amazing community behind it. So definitely check out Kind Words if this is your first time hearing about it. All right, next up, we have a very special show and tell from Donna. You want to walk us through what this game is?
Yes, so I saw this on Kickstarter. I have a tendency to follow on Twitter a lot of people of color, and so to see what games that they're coming on. And I saw this one. It's called Amending. It's a solo player RPG, a game about a long walk to visit a dear friend with story building, map making, and sewing mechanics. And so you get this lovely. For anybody who sews, does embroider, anything like that, you might recognize some of these guides. So it has different maps based on what you're going to do in the game. And then it also has your working map. And based on what you do and where you go and the choices you make, you're going to sew them on this. I mean, this is the epitome of being cozy with hot cocoa and everything. And then there's these cards with story and quest stuff on it, a journal that's also going to give you messages and tell you what to do, and my favorite, a little sewing kit to get you started. So if you'd like to try this out, you could just go to amending and you can order this. But I just thought it was the coziest thing I'd ever seen on Kickstarter.
Sounds perfect for the coming fall and winter.
Yes.
Yes.
This is amazing, like actual sewing in a game.
Actual sewing in a game. I thought that, I love creative games. So if any of you make really creative, interesting games, I would love to hear about them.
Very cool. I see, not only video games, analog games that you can play single player, which is very cool. All right, our next game. Very cool. All right, Emily, tell us about Littlewood.
I love this game. I think it's the most underrated game, to be honest. If you like Stardew Valley, you're gonna love this game. Personally, I have hundreds of hours in Stardew Valley, and when I found this game, I was like, oh my gosh, it's everything I want. I think it's better because, you're not necessarily burdened by time in this game. So each action that you do and each day is based on your stamina rather than actual time. So you're not like kind of stressed, to like get back to bed before 2 a.m., there's so much more creative freedom with this game, like the building and choosing where things go in the town and what villagers you have. And I almost, when I'm thinking about this game, I almost think if you like Animal Crossing and Stardew, it's a great combination because just like Animal Crossing, there's so many different villagers that come through. And you can have I think there's like 12 to 16 different villagers you can have in your town, and each one is very different. I also love the story of this because whenever I see, stories of superheroes who go in and save the world, but then everything's kind of destroyed because of the fight, I'm like, okay, wait, who's gonna clean all this up? And so basically in this, you are the hero and you defeated the Dark Lord, and it's your job to rebuild the village. But you don't remember anything. So throughout the entire game, you have your friends who helped you out, and they're reminding you of all the fun times you had, and you kind of get to learn about your backstory. And it's also hilarious. There's a lot of dad jokes in this game, so get ready for that. But yeah, it's definitely one of my favorites.
Very cool. Better than Stardew Valley. I'm excited.
Absolutely, yep.
All right.
That's
You
some
could
high
quote
praise.
me on that.
All right, let's take a look at our next game.
So speaking of playing different parts of games, like being the person cleaning up after the hero, you get to be the item shop NPC for heroes and adventurers. I know in the trailer you saw combat. If you're worried about that, it's 100% optional. You do not have to dungeon crawl if you don't want to. So in Reciteer, you're an adorable little girl who's been saddled with crippling debt, as many of these games seem to start you off with. Aside from that, it's extremely wholesome. It is really, you're just running an item shop. You can decorate the item shop to get different people to come in. You're haggling with the prices, but you know, it's just so cute. And her motto's capitalism ho! Which, I mean, some people don't think is wholesome, but it's really adorable. This is actually one of my favorite games of all time. I've been greatly inspired by this game. It's just so well tuned and balanced, and it does give me warm, fuzzy feelings every single time I play it, whether or not I'm sort of robbing my customers blind. But if you haven't heard of this and you love anything about haggling or item shops or selling things, I highly recommend checking this out. This is one of my favorite games of all time, and that's up there to say that.
Awesome. All right, Reciteer, check it out. Our next game. Oh, I'm excited for this one, y'all.
Same.
All right, Hua.
Oh, I'm getting emotional just saying
Did we just
that.
watch a Miyazaki trailer? What is
I
this
know,
game?
yeah.
Gorgeous.
Definitely, yeah. So this game, if you like Studio Ghibli at all, like it just feels like you're in a Miyazaki film the whole time. And what really got me with this game was the music. It is gorgeous. It was composed specifically for this game. And I'm gonna get a little nerdy for a second because I do have a music degree. I am always so impressed when someone can convey emotion in this way through their instrument. And the three individuals who are responsible for the soundtrack of this all do that so beautifully. And it just brings out so many emotions in you. And yet it's also like so very cozy. So I was chatting with their team this last week, and they wanted me to mention this little note about their game. They said, we are so often conditioned for danger and extremes as a player, and these things are a part of life too. But Hua, we try to recreate a way to experience the world around us in which we relate to, but have not found enough in the medium of games. That of the joy of appreciating the little things around you, the kindness of nature and friends, and the beauty and hope that comes with every step, but often overlooked. And I just thought that that was absolutely beautiful. This game is inspired by Vietnamese mythical children's stories. And these stories were meant to help you connect with nature and help you to appreciate the nature around you. And I think that they do an excellent job here. I streamed this game, and within the first 5 minutes, I had tears in my eyes because it was so freaking cute. Just the little sounds that the little bugs make, and all of the cute little noises that they make, and all of the friends that you make, and how they help you. You can't get hurt in this game, but there are little robots that kick you, and they're mean because they kick you. And it's a great platformer, and honestly, you know, it might be a great first platformer for people or kids, if you have kids at all. But it is a little difficult at times. There were times when I was like, oh, okay, this is a platformer. Like, I'm kind of struggling a little bit here. But I never felt like I was in danger. I never felt stressed. So to me, that's a wholesome game right there.
Awesome. Yeah, it gives me like sort of Ori and the Blind Forest vibes, but that game was very hard. So it's nice to see a platformer that's easier. It's also interesting playing through children's stories that are wholesome and teach you to connect with nature instead of a lot of children's stories which are scary and full of warnings.
Brothers Grimm.
Yes, exactly. All right. Here's our next game, Coffee Talk.
Seattle 2020.
So Coffee Talk,
Yeah.
Seattle 2020, a vision of the future.
Right? It was so hard to choose games for this panel because I just love all of them. I actually had a huge list, but Coffee Talk was definitely in my top. It is a wonderful game. It's a visual novel talking simulator that just teaches you how to listen. And basically it is set in Seattle. But it's not really Seattle. It's like an alternate version of Seattle, with different, kinds of creatures. You can see that there's like a vampire there, there's elves, there's, all kinds of different fairies and things. And so it has a lot of themes when it comes to relationships and emotional relationships and how to communicate with each other through various barriers. And it's just, it's really inspiring. And on top of it, you get to make coffee. And from this game, I've actually learned about different ways to make coffee. So I never thought of putting ginger in my coffee, but now I do all the time because of this game. And it's so cozy. It does rain every single day because apparently it rains every day here in Seattle. But I personally, something that makes a game super cozy to me is the environment, the way that just nature sounds are included. And so for me, like rain, I have a little app on my phone that makes rain sounds at night because I can't sleep without it. And so this game I love because it's just so cozy. And the story is, or the stories, I should say, there's multiple stories, are very, you can connect with them in all different ways because there's different people, I shouldn't say people, there's different individuals, because not all of them are humans, who are going through different things in life. And it's all kind of centered around, you can see Freya, she has the green hair. She is a writer, and she is writing a book of stories of people who come in and out of this cafe that's only open at night, which is kind of interesting. And I won't tell you anything more than that, because you'll just have to experience it for yourself. But definitely, this is worth looking into and cozying up with, for sure, if you like visual novels.
Yeah, it's not a long game, so it's really easy to pick up and put down. I love this. Actually, I don't really have anything else to say except that I agree with everything that you said about it. And I do like the coffee making aspect and little decoration.
Yeah, that coffee art part looks super
Yeah.
cool. I was like, oh man, I want a game where I get to do that.
Oh, it's so hard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll hand it to customers and
Just
they're
like-
like,
yeah.
what is this? And I'm like, I don't know.
Very cool. All right. Our next game. So Donna is the resident board game
Yes.
specialist.
So what's funny is when I get timed out of Cozy Grove, this is what I put on. As I start playing this, and then 3 hours later, I'm like, what just happened? I love Dwarf Romantic, and not just because it's all hexes. That is a big part of it for me, being Catan. But I love that it has, kind of that whole aspect when you think about building a civilization, but on such a lower scale. And so you are trying to, you have like little mini quests that you do, like it wants you to put a certain amount of houses in this place and a certain amount of things. So you get these tiles, a stack of tiles, and the more cool things that you do in there is that you get more tiles. So these ones out here have like huge swashes of water. It's like you don't have that in your beginner thing, but you have an X amount to work with, and then you get a score, and then you can try it again. But it also has a creative mode. So you have unlimited tiles, and you can play with it a little bit more because you get more tiles by hitting that's called 100%. Which, just as a tip, because I didn't know this until I started watching videos, and a lot of the people I have found that make videos on this, on tutorials and helpful hints, have very calm, lovely voices. And so it kind of goes along with this whole very chill tile placement game. And so you want to try to, not only these little quests that give you more tiles, but you want to try to have 100% is what the game considers a perfect, areas of town. So in this case, with the border, is like the border of a tile should match the other border. So if you've got a forest, water, train, to try to match this up, which is not always easy because you don't determine what comes next. So it's really fun to it's a puzzle game. It's a little bit of civilization building here on trying to make sure you have the best town possible. And I just really love it. I love the music, and I love that it's like self-competition if you want to, or you can just go straight creative and build whatever you want in any kind of design you want.
Love it. Very zen puzzly game if you're into that building of a flow. It kind of, as you described it, kind of was like, oh, it's like Tetris. You don't know what's coming next, and you have to find a way to fit it into the civilization. Very cool. All right, here's our next game. Oh no. Oh.
I'm really hungry now.
Yeah, anyone hungry? Uh-oh.
Oops. Other.
Uh-oh.
So this game is I think one of the few mobile games that we have on here. So it's free to play. You can download it right now if you really want the wholesomeness. It's one that I stumbled into, and it's probably one of the few mobile games that I still go back to because it's just so good at providing you with little bits of story about the main character. Each puzzle chapter starts with a story in her life. Like maybe she had a really stressful day and got soaked on her way home and she wants to make hot pot to warm up. So you're solving food puzzles to help her make hot pot. And at the end, you get to hear about the hot pot and see pictures of it and see her cat and boyfriend be happy about hot pot. Just overall, it's just wrapped in this wonderful blanket of goodness. And then it's, a simple match game. We've all played those. They're basic enough. But I just find the art and the context and all this information about food and little bits and snippets from her life just so very wholesome.
Yeah, I like how it's described as a healing food story.
Mhm.
I already feel better looking at that pancake.
Right?
Ooh, next up we have Ryutama. All right, Victoria, tell us about, or do you want me to tell us about the game?
Oh, I guess I'll go.
Yeah, go for it.
Start. So Ryutama. So during a time, I really like playing a lot of tabletop role-playing games. I love D&D. I love playing a lot of other indie games that some of my friends who are creators make. But I was looking for a way that I could bridge my interest in tabletop RPGs with also my interest in wholesome games. And so one day I went to Mock's boarding house and I saw this. And I'm like, what? Ryutama? What is this? Is this good? This art speaks to me. And so when I flipped it over, I think either on the back of this or somewhere when I was reading it online, it was described as like Miyazaki meets Oregon Trail. And I was like, yes, this is for me. I need to play this. And so this is a wonderful role-playing game where you are able to, assemble a party of friends, and you can play as different classes. Of course, you can be you can be mages, but you can also be artisans. Like in the campaign that I have with my sister, her character is an artisan who makes pots, and she also has special powers as well. And I think what's interesting here is, this game has combat if you want to opt into it, because as you're going on an adventure, of course, the Neko goblins, which are in this game, they might come for you. But in addition to that, there's really a focus on survival. So there's somebody who's in your party who actually has to focus on making sure that you have enough rations. Do we have enough water? Do we have enough food? You have somebody who's a navigator to make sure that as you're traveling, that you know where you're going and that you're okay to get to the next town. And so actually, Alex, if you could go to the next slide. So this is some art that somebody in my campaign made. I just wanted to give you an example of what type of adventure you could have. This is something that we had created. So in our campaign, we play as a ragtag group of friends who have assembled with our magical food truck that we call the Wandering Kitchen. And so we travel across the land looking for ingredients that we can use to turn into cool new recipes, so that way we can build up prestige and hopefully become an awesome restaurant that people will acknowledge as a 5-star restaurant. And so, this is just some art that we made in our particular campaign. And what I loved about it is that there's a little bit of everything that everybody could do. Like, for example, in our game, Alex, who is our GM, he put us in an Iron Chef competition. So I was very focused on okay, I need to find ingredients in my game so that way we can make the best Iron Chef competition food that's super, super tasty that people will like. But there was somebody else in our campaign who plays as a noble, and what she wanted to do was to track down the person who was taking people in the night, stealing people away from the town and solving that mystery. But anyways, I really love Ryutama. I think it's a wonderful TRPG.
Yeah, it's a really flexible system. If you're interested in Dungeons & Dragons or tabletop role-playing as a whole and you haven't found a system that really quite speaks to you, give Ryutama a try. It might be your great introduction into tabletop role-playing games.
I'll put in an order for that chai-spiced winter porridge. That sounds great.
Yeah.
Yeah. But not the ugly magic stew?
No. It sounds like it'll cause heartburn.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at our next game. All right, Garden Story. Cool looking game, really sweet. Victoria, you want to tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, so Garden Story is a game that I came across when I went to PAX South a couple of years ago, and all I knew about it back then was, wait, you get to play as a grape? I'm in. I want to be a grape. And they were giving out grape pins, and I'm like, this game's awesome. I'm gonna follow them and wait for the game to come out. And it finally came out this past August. It was surprise launched on the Nintendo Switch, and I think you can also get it on PC. But essentially, the game is centered on this place called the Grove, and you play a non-binary grape named Concord, and you are the youngest grape in the Grove, and there is this thing called the rot that has been starting to spread across the land, and it's starting to destroy the town. And you're one of the chosen guardians who is supposed to fight against the rot and help, the villagers survive. And so I think it's a really wonderful game where, you have the cuteness of all of the vegetables juxtaposed with a very real life thing. It's like the equivalent of climate change or of pollution, and it's coming down, and it's ruining your wholesome life. But the good thing is that there's hope, because there's still you're Concord, you're a guardian, there are other guardians, and you're working to save the town and build relationships and get people to believe in you and to not give up hope. And another thing that I love about this game is that since everybody is a vegetable or a fruit or a frog, everybody is non-binary. Nobody's gendered in this game. And I also really appreciate that this game was made by a non-binary Filipino developer. And I've loved watching this game grow and eventually come out very recently. So recommend for sure.
All right, very cool. So we're going to go to talk about some of our personal projects and things we want to share, but there are a couple more games on our list that we're just going to go through real quick. And if you want to ask us about our recommendations, we'll be just outside the hall, so you can come and ask us all about our favorite games. But we've got Sunhaven. It's a very cool game on Kickstarter. If these screenshots interest you, you can check it out. We've got Verdant, which is a very cool tile-laying board game about managing plants, and it's got hundreds of different varieties of plants in this puzzly tile-laying game. Very chill, very zen, very beautiful game. We also have Spiritfarer, which a lot of you may know Spiritfarer. Spiritfarer is a great game. If you haven't tried it or heard of it, definitely go check it out. You can play it cooperatively, which is very cool for these types of games. We have Spirit Swap, which is a very cool match 3 game that has this gorgeous, beautiful aesthetic, and it's by a really great development team as well. In terms of games that we're working on, I'm working on a game called Gladius. You can buy it now, but it is a game about betting on and rigging gladiatorial games, which is not the most wholesome topic, but typically when we see ancient Rome represented in games, it's very, political or militaristic, and we wanted to provide kind of like a cuter, more wholesome aesthetic to ancient Roman games. Additionally, we have Victoria, who's going to tell us about Hazel the Plant Witch.
Yeah, so on the side, during my day job, I'm a video game producer, but on the side, I make board games. So Alex and I, we created that game that you saw previously, which was called Gladius, which was a game about betting on and rigging the gladiatorial games, but with more of like a cuter aesthetic and a focus on the fun side of it. This game right here is a game jam game that I worked on with a team earlier this year. It's called Hazel the Plant Witch, and you basically play as Hazel, who is a plant witch in a town of plants, and you have this device that you have created so that way you can talk to plants. And what the game centers on is this mechanic where you use this device to record different things that you hear plants say to you, and then you as the player can't speak. You can only record what other people say and then play those words back to other people. So it's a game about listening and trying to figure out what the right words are to say to progress through the puzzle. So this game, it's like a really small game. It's like 10 to 15 minutes. It's free because we made it for a game jam and then we polished it up a little bit afterwards. But we do plan on working on it further and hopefully making a fuller game in the future. But this is something that I've been working on.
It's free. You can go play it right now.
Very popular on Newgrounds.
Newgrounds, yeah.
What you cannot play right now, unless you are in our alpha, is Potions: A Curious Tale. We're heading into our beta soon, which means we will need playtesters, so if you're interested, let me know. Potions: A Curious Tale is an adventure crafting game where you play as a young witch named Luna, who's recently discovered her ability to brew magical potions. And she can use these potions as spells to battle monsters, solve puzzles, and overcome obstacles on her quest to become a potions master. It is actually informed and influenced by fairy tales and folklore from around the world. So you get to interact with characters such as Baba Yaga from Slavic legend, to Tripitaka and Sun Wukong from Journey to the West, to Snow White and the Seven Dwarves. So there's a huge range of different cultures that are present in this game, as well as you get to play as this young witch who's figuring out what life is about, how, really a coming of age story. It's her sort of going out on her own for the first time and figuring out that Prince Charming might have a position of authority, but man, he's kind of a jerk, so maybe we shouldn't actually listen to him.
Awesome. And Donnie, you want to tell us about OrcaCon?
Oh, yeah, this is, so basically, because I'm a baby boomer, I'm an old fart, as we say, my whole experience is attending conventions since the 70s was that they were not for me, that I was not included, and that I was treated that I was either somebody's girlfriend, as I older, I was somebody's sister or mother. I was never taken seriously as I love games, I work in games, I worked in video games before I worked in tabletop games. And so I made a place that, I made a con that I always wanted to attend. And so I made OrcaCon, and I grabbed some of the best people you could ever meet to start it with me. And we automatically, instead of going in and trying to fix a 30-year-old con, to make it better, we decided to start with accessibility and diversity inclusion as just like, we're gonna do this. If it doesn't help us, if it doesn't do those three things, and then we don't have it. So the first time we did a Kickstarter for our first year, which was 2016, and we thought we'd have 300, and we had 800 people show up. So we knew we were doing something right, that we were capturing people. In all of everything that we do is if you've never played a board game before, we will teach you how. And I have volunteers who do nothing but teach people games. And they walk around, it's just like, oh, let's learn this together. And so that's all they do. So please visit orcacon.org, and we're in Bellevue in January if you'd like to come by.
And you have a booth here, right?
I do, in the Diversity Lounge, if you want to come talk to me further. If you have a game that you want to show off or you want to volunteer, we'd love to see you.
Awesome.
Yay, Game Raven Review. So we are a collective of corvids, as we like to say. We're all, live streamers, we're writers, we're developers, whose mission is just to support small creators. So we work a lot with solo developers and very small teams. It's hard out there, guys. And when you're a small creator, it's really hard to be creating what you create and promote it as well. And so our mission is to kind of come alongside you and help to promote those things. We have written reviews, we have live streamed interviews and playthroughs with developers, and we also have a podcast that comes out weekly. So go ahead and check us out. We're at GameRavenReview.com. And if you are interested in writing, we are open right now for new writers. So there you go.
Awesome. So here is our Twitter information. You can go and follow us there for more wholesome game recommendations. And as we close out the panel today, I just want to go down the line and have everyone say one wholesome message from all of us to all of you. And my wholesome message would be, I know it's been a tough year, and I know, oh God, no, not even a year, like a year and a half. Time has no meaning. I know it's been a tough time for all of us, but we made it through. We're all still here. We're all still healthy. We're wearing masks, and PAX is happening, and that's fun, and we get to see people we love. So cherish that, enjoy that, and have a great weekend.
Yeah, for me, I'll just say, put a reminder out there to take care of yourself. I know it's really easy to get caught up in the moment and do a lot of work or, sign up to do a bunch of things. That's something that I did, as soon as I had gotten a vaccine, I was like, I'm gonna do all these things because I've been inside a lot. But then I found out that I was getting really tired, and I wasn't sure if all of the things that I was doing were serving me. And so I had to take some time to reflect on what I was doing and be more intentional and make sure that I was taking care of myself. So that's my message.
That's what I was going to say. So in addition to taking care of yourself, I would also recommend that you all value yourselves. I know that, particularly in isolation for the last year and a half, it can get really easy to get down on yourself, to over-expect things from yourself, and to compare yourself to curated versions of other people online. But remember that you have valuable skills, you have valuable aspects, and you do valuable things, even if that's just lending an ear to a friend in need. So make sure you take time to appreciate not only the things in your life, but the things that you do as well.
Yeah, my big takeaway for this weekend especially is drink water. Keep yourself hydrated, and take a nap if you have the ability to do so. And that way you can rest and take care of yourself and take care of others.
Oh man, I'm at this end of the table. So yes to all of that. And I feel very inspired by Hua. Just enjoy the little things in life. Stop and smell the roses. I know it sounds cliche, but your life will be so much better for it. So there you go.
All right, thank you all for coming to the panel, and have a wonderful PAX, everyone.
That's my man for that. That's my man for that. That's my man going down. That's my man going down. That's my man throwing down. That's my man throwing down. That's my man going down. That's my man going down. That's my man throwing down. That's my man throwing down. That's my man going down. That's my man going down. That's my man throwing down. That's my man going down. That's my man for that. 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 That's my man for that.
Every now and then, people run away, though, and they get away from you. And every now and then, they fight back. So you got shotgun blasts along with feet. The yellow die is a pretty even split, a couple brains, a couple feet, a couple shotgun blasts. And the red die, those are those fighters. They've got more shotgun blasts than brains. And so you are trying to collect brains. To play, you blindly pick 3 dice out of the cup, roll them up, set your brains to the side. That was a great example. Set your brains to the side. If you roll a shotgun, then that stays off to the side as well. You can only survive, I guess you can survive 2 of them. A third one kills you. If you happen to get a foot, that stays in your hand, and you blindly refill back up to 3, and then you go again. And you go, oh, okay, that's nice, keep these feet. I just need 1, that's doing fine, I'm doing great. I get another brain, some more feet. Eventually, you end up with 3 shotgun blasts or lots of brains. And so the way that we're going to play this is we have 20 Omeganauts. We're breaking them into 4 groups of 5. The 5 are going to be playing against each other. And instead of the standard game where you just try to collect 13 brains, we wanted to make this worse. So we're making a game where they don't know how many brains they actually need to get. So one person will be up here rolling, the other 4 will be out of the room, unable to know how many brains are happening, and they'll get 3 attempts at life. So until they either decide, oh, that was a horrible roll, either they decide to bank the points that they have, looking at this going, oh, that's not great, I'm gonna bank and keep 1, or keep pushing their luck until they get shotgun blasts. If you get all the blasts, everything you bank has gone away. It goes back down to 0. And they get 3 lives, 3 attempts at this. We will keep their best score when it is all over and compare it just amongst those 5. We won't give them a chance to compete against the other groups. So we may see a group that is pushing 30 or 40 brains, that's not gonna happen, but maybe brains inside their rolls, and a whole other group that is winning with like 1 person with 4 brains and a 3 and a 2 and 0 and 1 brain or something. So it'll be interesting, it'll be fun, they're gonna hate it, we're gonna love it. That's really what this is all about. So let's get our first Omeganauts. They've been dying for this. I almost put my sheet on there so everyone could see. That doesn't work. We're starting with these 5. The first one here will have to come on stage with me. Dr. Senpai, come on up. You're rolling first to first. Riftwood, Chairman Hans, Dexor, and the Slayer, you must exit. All right, Senpai, you're here because this is the only place the camera is. Now we have to wait till they get out. I promised you no Mario Tennis. I didn't promise you anything nicer. I hope you make it to Skulls so your mom doesn't want to keep kicking me in the nuts and she feels like good that you got there.
My mom's probably watching this right now.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
We love you. All right, 3 picked, 3 chosen. Without even looking. Like a real zombie. Ooh, okay. 1 shotgun blast, 1 brain, 1 foot. Blindly picks 2 more. All right. Brains, 2 feet. Green feet, too. Those are good to hold on to. That's nice. At any point, they can decide just, oh, nope, I'm not going to pick anymore. But if they draw a dice out of that cup or a die out of that cup, then they have to continue and roll on. Ooh, okay, another blast, but more brains. This is a life 1. They all say that, but they're jerks. Don't listen to them. Listen to yourself. What would Wario do? What would Waluigi do?
I'm going to end my turn.
All right, banking that one. First one we've got 4. All right. Go ahead and throw them all back in the cup. This is why we got 3 attempts. Ooh. You know what, though? That's less than what you had. Keep rolling, I say, not having anything on the line here that I'm trying to win. Okay. This is it. Final attempt. Ooh, okay, those are 2 yellow feet. You got to keep going, though. You're less than what you had. All right, all right. You got to keep going. You still got a higher score than this. Because at this point, you got high bank, so you're just shooting to beat that score. Okay, all right. But we're tied.
I know.
Which means we got to do, you can just, no loss at this point with one more. It's a yellow and a green die, that's good. There's a lot of red dye left in the cup, but I probably shouldn't have said that. Nothing to lose, though. That's right. You've already got 4 points banked, so those 4 are already banked. You got it. Get 1. Let's do it.
I'm invoicing all of you my fucking therapy bills for this shit.
Yes! Okay, now it's a really hard choice. It was really easy up until now. They're all mean. There's 13 dice total.
Yeah, there's all 3 of the reds are left, 1 yellow left, and then
one.
I'm cutting it.
Yeah, that's a good call. All right. Now, all you have to do is go sweat in the hallway while the rest of them will die. I love you. I love this. All right, Riftwood should be coming across, and we'll see how Riftwood does. By the way, don't these camp PAX mats look great?
Yes.
Like, it's kind of hard to see just the way we got it, so I'm gonna mess everything up. But like, it starts as a glitch and it goes all the way to trees. It's so good. I love them. I'm stealing these 2 after the show. Hey, welcome. All right, Riftwood.
Oh. Right.
You've got to get some brains.
So I understand.
No pressure. 2 brains, okay. Go back in. I feel like, hold on. Move that cup off. I feel like you're spying down inside that cup. Not really, it was just in the way.
It's not my intent.
All right. Oh, okay. All right, a green shotgun, that was unfortunate, and a red feet. Oh, we're going in. Oh, that's 2, I saw 2 reds in that. 2 red. A red brain? Don't, listen, let me tell you one thing. They are all jerks. They're going to tell you keep going. You could be winning by 15 brains. They'll be like, keep going, you're so far behind.
I would like to bank this for now.
We're going to bank that one.
Life one.
Bank that first one. All right, reset those back in the cup. Seriously, I'm going to tell you, 30's not enough. Keep going.
Right.
What we do know now is we have an easy point, right? If you're below those 4s, then you just keep going. You don't have to decide. Choice made for you. Okay, 2 greens and a red. Ooh, okay, 2 and 2, but it's still fewer than 4. So no point to not go.
That's true.
All right, and that's the 0.
There's that.
Okay, but that was life 2. That was just practice. 3rd time's a charm.
Let us hope. Oh,
Oh, that is a rough start. That's 2 yellows and a red. Oh. But it's less than 4, so we keep going. It's less,
I'll keep going. Whoa.
Oh, okay. We've got a banked score, though, so we know where you're at, which is all that you know. Which is great. All right, you get to go hide out in the hallway. Don't tell Senpai how you did, just so you all have to sweat. All right, and then Chairman Hans coming across. I forgot the stairs are over here. You amazed all of those people with your stair walking. That was outstanding. Oh, yeah, heads up, they're jerks. Don't listen to anything they say. Only trust me, I'm great.
So what did he get last time?
They got brains. Okay. Got a yellow out of the way and a red out of the way. That's a nice start. That's 2 greens and a red. Oh. Okay, life 1. That's all right. It's life 1. That was the warm-up. You're just a baby zombie learning how to walk. No! Dice down. Someone help us out. Oh, it's got to come back on the table and be re-rolled. Oh, red brain. Okay. Remember, you can bank anytime.
Thank you.
Okay, that's life 2. 3rd time's a charm, they say. Keep it. It happens. You meant to do that. Yeah, look at that. Okay. Now again, you can bank anytime. That's what they say, but they're also liars. Don't trust them. They're mad at all of you guys for being Omeganauts. They've just come here to troll you. Okay. All right. There's lots of reds in that cup. Okay, that's more brains?
I'm gonna bank.
Okay, we're gonna bank that. All right. Well done on that. You get to go join Richwood and Senpai in the hallway. All right, Dexor. Dexor. Here comes Dexor. For people who are new here, you may wonder why Dexor is wearing a lopsided crown. Mostly it's his amazing sense of fashion. But it's also to rub in that he got his butt whooped last time at PAX West in the final round. He thinks that it's a crown to like celebrate him, but it's a crown of shame. I love you. Thanks. It's gonna lose meaning. But you can stand when you roll.
Okay.
I'd rather stand.
You're the runner-up. You get to command this stage.
Cool. Can I just roll all of them and pick what I want?
You roll all of them, but if you get 3 shotguns, that's the end. No, get 3 dice and do it right. I don't want to gamble on that. No, I said do it right.
I know, right?
Put those where they can see it, because you're hiding your shame right now. Yeah. That's a green shotgun blast and a yellow shotgun blast.
Yeah, that's not great.
You could bank that 1 brain if you want.
Should I bank that?
Don't listen to them. They're horrible. They're going to tell you people got 7 and 4 and 86. They're going to come through and tell you that Dr. Senpai didn't even do anything but roll the whole time. 1 life. We ran out of dice. I had to I've carved dice under here from Dr. Senpai.
Oh.
Remember how much they don't want anyone to win?
I know.
So you can't listen to them.
Right?
I want only great things for the audience. It is that. There are 2 more lives after this.
Yeah.
They just want to watch you fail. What are you doing, man? This is all on you guys. Unless something good happens, and then I encouraged it. Okay. I picked up a red brain. That was pretty good, actually. They're going to say roll it forever. It doesn't matter how many points you have. You got 1 red out of the way, you got 2 yellows, you got 3 greens. It'd make a nice little pyramid if you stacked them up. All right, we're banking those 2. All right. Life 1 out of the way. Somebody out there is disappointed and thinks they could do better.
Can we do like the blow on the dice kind of thing? Is that?
I can't promise you it will be better.
Probably not. No.
Odds are good you're getting 3 shotgun blasts now. It's all...
You gave me the good one. This is the good stuff. Look at that.
Hey.
Look at that.
All right.
That's a good better. Of course, we're going to keep going. I already have a 2-brainer.
That's true. Yeah, you have a goal to beat.
Yeah, exactly.
At least how great you did the first turn.
Well, hey, you got to start somewhere, right? 2 more brains.
Okay, that's up to 4. All right. That's also a handful of yellow and red out of the way. There's a lot of green left in that
A lot of
cup.
green left in that cup, but is 4 pretty good? Is 4 good
I mean,
enough?
4 is double what you got.
4 is the one.
They won't, whatever number they tell you is good is a lie.
We're going to keep going.
If they told you 4 was good,
all right.
and the worst part is you wouldn't know which way they were lying.
Boom, that's 2.
Oh, there you go, 6.
Right there.
See, but now what are they trying to do, right? Is 6 good? Because they're like, hey, you did it, that's great, yay. Or they're like, 6 is low enough that if we get him to quit now. All right, he's banking those 6. He's banking 6.
6 is good. That's not good.
We won't mention it takes 13 to win in a normal game.
6 is halfway there.
Yeah, half.
Oh, okay.
All right, this is it. Now we got nothing. Now we know what you're trying to beat, so now it's just go like crazy.
Yeah, I already got the 1 out of the way.
That's the red one out of the way. See? They're entirely untrustworthy.
Yeah, totally. There we go.
All right, that's out. All right, we know where you sit. You get to go join the hallway. We'll have the Slayer brought across. And then we'll get rid of our first Omega Knot. thin this crowd. Hello, where's the Slayer? Welcome. As you come up, I just want to warn you, they're all going to lie about numbers. If they tell you 4 is good, you won't even know if it's good because they want to watch you lose.
Good call.
Or 4 because it's like, 4 is great.
Two's
See,
plenty, right?
that guy out there.
At least 2 is all I need. All right. Whew. Hello, everybody. Hello, Internet. All right. So, here's my random thing. 1 of each. Okay.
1 of each, and they did their job.
Yes, they did.
1 brain, 1 foot, 1 shotgun.
Well, that's a red gun, so.
See, they're going to tell you to bank it. Start to get the first
Bank
brain.
for 1. Keep on going. All right, still not bad. Okay.
Okay, another brain.
Get behind
Pair of
that.
feet.
Keep it going.
I think that guy said bacon.
Bacon.
Oh, more brains. Okay.
I like it. Okay. So it's still doing good. No, I gotta go. I gotta keep going.
All right. Yeah. Listen, they're going to encourage you to go no matter what. Don't listen to them. Except that guy. He just loves brains.
Got a red
Oh, okay. A red, though.
Okay, so that's red's gone.
Red's all gone.
Red's all gone.
You got 1 yellow left in there, 2 yellows left
2
in
yellows.
there, and a handful of greens.
3 greens. That's a tough call.
It's also life 1.
It's a guaranteed 5 at least, so I think I'm going to stick with 5 for now.
All right.
I think that's a good call. Oh, 2 reds.
Ooh, look at that.
What do you think?
That's the opposite.
Okay. Is that also okay? All yellow.
Oh, all yellows.
Brains and shotgun.
Brains.
Well, I guess I always go at least for 5, so.
That's right. You gotta crush 5.
That's 3, yes. Triple brains. Triple
Free
brains.
bird?
Brains. Okay.
Another
all
brain.
right.
2 feet. Okay.
That's the 5th.
Now it's tied.
It's tied.
So there's still no loss at this
Only
point.
Still go up from here. Where's the red? Ah, there.
Oh, okay. Well, that went to 0.
Yep.
That's less than 5.
I know that would have happened on the next roll for the 5, so I'm glad we went. Dimension the dice.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay. Not shabby.
More brains, just 1 shiny.
We're still chasing 5. There's a lot of red left in that
Yeah, no
cup
reds
now.
left. We still got more reds. So.
Wow.
Oh,
Okay.
I like it. I like it
We've
a
hit
lot.
5.
Okay. Keep on rolling. Got some more greens. Ooh, that makes 6.
Okay.
Oop, that's red.
That was a foot.
Yeah, I can't re-roll red. Like that's gonna get banked.
That's
So
gonna
we got
get
6.
banked at 6.
6
All
and
right.
5. I said.
Let's bring them all back in.
All right.
And figure out who did the worst.
Let's go back to the seats here.
You could, depending on how confident you feel. Do you think I'm giving you this medal?
I don't know. My whole
How confident do you feel?
I think 6 is pretty good, so I'm feeling it's not the worst.
All right,
so that's all I need.
Then you could step off the stage if you're pretty comfortable with that 6. I don't know. We'll see. If you got to walk back up here, you'll feel silly. All right, as you come in to find your seats, highest rolls.
Wait, we're not going to wait till the end and let them sweat it out?
Oh, do we do that to him? Oh, God. You're an evil genius. Yeah, sorry, guys. We're going to wait on that. Well, that just got worse. All right. Hey, Galinda, come on up to the stage for the next group. But Pwn Stick, Endless Ninja Fury, Sir Evil Octopus, and Boba Fett, get out. Do you feel more comfortable knowing how that last group did, or?
No.
No, all right.
I know it's a game of pure skill,
It's all skill. If you can't put the right spin on these die, you don't even deserve to be at this table.
I see what you mean about the bright lights.
It's very bright. My eyes are watering like mad, and I can't wipe them because I don't want to touch my face. All right. And look, here they go. Now you hear the heckling. Break it, it's one, just go.
I'm on the other side of it now.
Okay, that is unfortunate. I mean, that's like really good luck, but also unfortunate. Here's what you know. We also can't talk about the numbers the other group got, because now they're sitting here sweating because of Ben.
I think
yeah.
I'll bank it.
All right, hold on to that set. We'll see what that makes the rest of them feel. It's a green, though. That's good. Some of them are having some math problems over there. Okay, but still, time to push. Oh, all right. Life 2 on the way of shotgun. Well, that tucks a red out of the way and puts a green back in. That's not the worst situation. Worst situation being 3 shotgun blasts right out the gate.
I'm surprised that didn't happen with my luck.
Okay. That's close to the worst situation left. There's a lot of green inside, though. That's a 1 each. Oh. But it's still fewer than what you had, so you know, we just keep going. We've got a goal to beat. All right, we banked the first one, though. We banked life 1. All right, Galinda, go grab a seat. Pwn Stick, come on down.
Grab a fiber.
Pwn Stick. You didn't even know anything about these games until you got here.
I'm coming in blind.
This could be worse. You could have practiced zombie dice for a long time and then been stuck doing this.
Yeah. All right.
Three die, 1 of each color. Ooh.
I'm not gonna bank a foot.
Those aren't delicious at all. Who wants that? All right, that's a turnaround. At least you were in here for the first one, so I don't have to warn you about how bad they are at this.
I don't think they're very good at math.
Should have turned the AMA into a math lesson. All right. Now that guy's like, I told you to bank it. See, yeah, you had 2 brains. I'm a pro out here. I know what I'm doing. All right. Thanks for showing that guy how to do it.
I'm gonna bank that one.
All right, we're gonna hold that one. All right, life number 3.
Yep, time to make it or break it, right?
Ooh, the one you can't see, it's a yellow foot. That leaves a red foot and a yellow foot.
Oh, good, another yellow. All right.
All right, that gets the red out of the roll danger at least. Ooh, all right.
I think that's all I got left.
Good advice. That was a green one. You told him it'd be safe.
Yep.
All right. There we go. You've got a banked score, though. It may or may not be better than someone has done in your group, only Galinda so far. But, you know, it might be better than other people do. All right. Endless Ninja Fury. Coming in with the fury of all the ninjas. All right. Hand counted, one of each color selected. Well.
What? That out of the way.
Technique not approved. All right, life 1 out of the way. That's fine. We got that out of the way.
Okay.
That looks better.
Better start.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, he's going all in.
I gotta go. So that's
Okay, life number 3.
okay. I got a good play. Okay. One of each.
Well, you have to do it all over again.
Come on, let's go RNG. I got it right. I got it. Bank the one.
Although, just because they're all yelling bank it, just remember this is third life. Bank this one, and maybe someone comes up with goose eggs. I don't know. I'm just saying, just to make you stress a little more.
Could someone get worse RNG than me?
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay. Oh.
I think when I talked earlier about the worst position, this is it. This is not where you want to be.
Oh man. Yeah. Okay, so it's just one. There's 2 more reds in here.
Yep.
Right.
There's a lot of green.
There's a lot of green. Okay. I'm gonna go for it.
Okay.
Okay, one brain.
You can do it. Hey! All right.
Okay, I'm gonna bank that. I'm gonna bank it.
Okay, thank you. Hold on.
I'm
All
gonna
right.
bank that one. Ooh, that was brutal.
This is what we want.
God.
All right, head out to the hallway. Sir Evil Octopus on the way to the stage. Dodging microphones.
You weren't kidding. This light's bright.
It's real bright up here.
All right.
They want you to be seen real, real well. Back to the traditional grab, not the count out.
Well, feet. Can I bank this?
Sure.
All right, let's bank it.
All right, 1 and 1. No, all greens. That was a pretty good all greens roll. All right. Now, how are they going for you?
All right, let's bank this.
All right, we're going to bank that one.
Trying to create dramatic tension here.
Brains.
Oh.
It's a good thing you banked the last time.
What's that?
I said it's a good thing you banked last time. But now this is the carefree one.
This is.
You got a target to beat. You just get to keep going until you do or don't.
Whatever. Okay.
That's a pretty good start. That's a good chunk of yellows and red to get rid of.
I'll take it.
Okay. You're on pace.
See what we can do here.
Okay. Now it's decision time. Oh, not decision time.
Hot dice. Hot dice.
We're gonna hold that, we're gonna bank it. All right. All right, tuck those back in. We'll bank those. We'll bring in Baby Fett. And once Baby Fett's done, we'll make you sit in here and stress about it.
Do what?
Once Baby Fett's done, we'll bring you all back and make you stress out. How you guys doing for the round one? Senpai, I want to let you know I didn't put you first. It was the randomizer, and I didn't choose to make you stress it out like this.
I agree.
You haven't even rolled any dice yet.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Again.
Oh,
That's not great.
Not a good start.
Oh, even a red brain in there. Okay, life one out of the way. That was all the bad luck.
Story of my life.
Now we're on to the good luck.
Oh, God.
That's a bunch of red. That's a bunch of red brain. Well, and a green. I mean, that's a pretty fair trade. I'd trade a green shotgun for 2 red brains. That gets almost all the red out of that cup.
Oh, gosh, there's another red in there.
That's the last of the red.
Oh, my gosh. Okay.
There's no more red in that cup.
Huh?
There's a bunch of green and a couple yellows.
Okay.
Oh, you going for it?
Going for it.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Well, the good news is now it's your last life.
Thank you. I didn't know that. Okay,
Okay. The dice did what they were supposed to there.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh
So, is 2 enough to be
no! I
safe?
don't know, is it?
I can't tell you.
Oh,
They're always going to say one more roll. It doesn't matter how many points you have.
of course they do.
It could go real bad,
Yes, it
or it could be 3 brains.
With my luck today, I'm gonna go for it.
All right. It's 2 brains.
I'll stay.
All right, we're going to stay at 2 brains.
4 brains.
4 brains, 4 brains,
Come
2
on,
shotguns. All right. Now you get to come in and just sit and wait. All right. As we bring the rest of them in, let's see. Leftria, come on up. But going out, we got Liquid Pink, Mega Froggy, Showy Colt 63, and Muissa. No pressure. But we've got 15 minutes officially to be done, and we're halfway.
Third.
It's round 1, it always happens. All right, very nice. A respectable beginning.
Ooh.
Not too bad at all.
Respectable start.
I hope you all are watching. This is how you collect brains.
Don't mind if I do.
All right, there's the 1 blast.
We're rolling.
1 of each. Red, yellow, green. Oh, green! I don't even know what's happening. This crowd is full of monsters.
I love monsters.
Okay,
we're done.
All right. We're going to bank those.
4, 6, 8, 9.
All right. All greens. All brains. There are probably a lot of people glad they're not rolling against you now. Like, oh, I'm not in this group. That's all the green. No, there's 1 more green left in there?
There is 1 more green.
1 more green left. You could turn it into a brain. I mean, at this point, we're just trying to beat the other one.
I know. I'm sorry, I can't. Intentional rolls only. All right.
Well, that's converted all the greens. Pair of yellows and a red.
All right, there we go.
I feel like you're just showing off now. Look what I can do. I'm the zombie queen.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely, I will accept that title.
All right. To the hallway with you. Liquid Pink up next. Liquid Pink, the color of brains when eaten by zombies.
You can see stuff.
One of each. Just
I know you can
collect them all. Ooh. All right, life one, out of the way. Life two, that's a good start.
Okay, I'm gonna bank these ones.
Okay, we're gonna bank that one. We're on to life three. Okay.
2 feet. Oops.
Okay, all right.
Ooh, 2 reds.
Ooh, but also 2 brains. All right, so now you gotta think a little bit here. You're above where you went. They're gonna tell you to roll no matter what.
I'm gonna stick with 5. I'm gonna be a weenie.
You're gonna stick with 5,
Yeah,
all right.
Taking 5.
We accept. All right, coming in, Mega Froggy. Wasting no time.
No, just gotta get right into it.
Just gotta get these dice out of my hands.
Come on, big money, no whammies.
That was a whammy.
That's a whammy. That one, oh gosh.
All right, that's, you know. This side's always bank. This side's always roll.
Banking's looking pretty good right now. Nah, we don't bank.
All right, team roll.
We don't bank on this. Let's do another roll. How about that?
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong? Oh, no.
Could lose all my brains.
I got a red one. There we go. Oh!
All right, life 1, 0.
Exactly.
Important zombie lessons learned.
There we go.
Here goes Bankit. Team Bankit. Bankit, you got one. Get on the board. Now they're team I told you so.
Yep.
There's one more life after this. Why not?
There's no way I get zero on all of them.
That's what I thought the first time I played this game.
All right. Let's do it.
Now they're all invested. It's the underdog story. They're like, wait, we weren't sure about this guy. Now he's the underdog. I'm in. He's got to win the whole thing.
Exactly. Just got to take a little risk. Oops.
Oh, that's 4 brains.
Yeah, I think I got a bank.
All right, better hold on to this one. All right. Showing code 63. Protecting his own brain from zombies. You don't want the zombies to eat your brain. That's your job to eat theirs. Brain? I don't know where we went on this. Team Bankit, they're back. It's going to be a lot of Monday night quarterbacking after this roll from Team Bankit. If it helps, there was a red shotgun blast you guys couldn't see. Well, that was the dice acting exactly how we expect. Oh, Team Rollett's coming on strong now. They just want to watch the world burn, though.
I'm going to sit that 5.
All right, we're going to accept those 5. Well, we know what we're trying to beat. And that's not it. All right, well, at least you banked one. All right. Mios is on the way. Soon? Now? That was a COVID Air 5, not I left you hanging. Welcome back to maybe your new least favorite Omegathon game.
Oh, it's so tall up here. That's exciting. I just go, huh?
Yep, you just go.
That's not what I meant. I don't think I lost it.
One brain, one blast, 1 foot.
I'll take green shoes.
2 greens, a yellow. A blast and a brain again.
Ooh.
There's a pattern showing here. Team roll again, as always, team roll again.
I'll hang on to 2. I'll take a 2.
Okay, all right, life 1, we'll bank 2. You're now higher than 0.
That's all that
And
matters
1.
right now. I've got more than 1. I'm staying positive.
You're now higher than before.
There we go. Think of thoughts.
You should have done think good thought strategy the first time. It's working really well. You're gonna hold a 5. All right.
Hold the 5.
On to attempt 3.
But now we're gonna have the real fun. Ooh. Like I said, the real fun.
Yeah, think positive. Remember that worked real well. Think more positive.
Give myself a red there.
All right. Well, you get to go enjoy the seats here now as we bring the rest of them in. And Kitnit, come on up. And the rest of you, get out. You know who's left. If you haven't eaten brains yet.
Hey people. Hey internet.
Hello, Kit.
How's life? Life good? Yeah?
Honestly, we have 2 minutes till we're supposed to be out of here, so I'm kind of trying to not watch the clock. Okay, I told him we'd go late. That's a great start.
Oh, we're making progress. Good. Good. I'm absolutely scared.
Don't be scared. There's not real zombies.
Oh, yeah.
But if you were a zombie, you would be a great zombie. Team Roll It over here is just roll it all times.
I'm going to take my chances.
Oh man, Team Roll It is so excited. Team Bank It is just...
Okay.
Okay. Pretty good amount of brains.
We're going to bank it.
All right, we're banking that one. Attempt 2. Oh, your one red brain flipped to a foot, so flip that over so we don't get confused.
Yeah, don't.
There we go.
There we go.
Well, that was off to a strong start. All right, last go. Switching up their jobs there. At least you know what you're trying to beat this time.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about that. You're just, you have your points.
Well, let's just go for it.
There's no reason not to at this point. I mean, that's one of the reasons, I suppose. All right, getting it out. Niobium narwhal on the way down.
Okay.
Team roller is either just excited for you or just that like dice are gonna start rolling. I don't know which one. It's your cheer section or. Old Team Banquet, always playing it safe.
Okay, I like that. Got a red now, though.
There's a red in there. 2 greens and a red.
Ooh.
Oh, but 2 brains and a shotgun.
I'm going to bank that
All right,
forward.
banking number 4. All right, step number 2.
I'm going to redo that.
That is fair.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
That red is just sticking around, though.
It sure is. 2 reds.
Oh. Team Banquet, always right after you roll.
No point. We've already banked earlier, though. Okay.
All right.
I like that.
Gets 1 red out of the way, safely in brain territory. Pair of greens and a yellow.
Okay.
And green's got a little bit of fight to it. Okay. Now with green and yellow, just keep running. These were endurance runners in real life. Oh no! They finally learned how to fight.
Unfortunate.
All right, you get to head to the hallway commander. Zim, come on in. Welcome to the stage.
Hello, hello. Oh.
I knew it was going to happen. I was waiting and I never said anything because I knew it was going to happen to somebody and somebody was going to fix the bottom if I said it out loud. I'm sorry that it happened to you, but I'm really not because I was just waiting. You got all 13? No.
I got a free brain now, right?
Yeah, 3 more greens.
Well, 1 more. There we are.
I've been watching the bottom of that cup just every time. Slip, slip, slip. Yeah? Told you. Roll better. Okay. All right. When you roll where they can see, you get brains. It's going to happen again. Don't let it happen again. It's going to happen again. Fix the bottom. You can't keep facing.
I held it.
Look at it, though.
My pinky was like,
look at it.
Fine. Did they fall out again?
We don't have time now.
We're banking 4.
All right, we're taking 4. Attempt number 3. But we know we got to beat. Here we get more than 4.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's just go. That's okay, it's still less than 4.
Nope.
All feet. Oh, there it is. All right. Commander Zem heads out to the hallway. Old-timey sheriff comes in. Yep, there it is. The mats are fixed. All right, off to a start. Oh. Yee, okay.
I'm gonna bank it.
All right. Now we've got a target to beat. That's a rough draw. One of each. And one of each. Oh. Whoever said the only way you can go up is wrong. You could die. All right. That's a strong start of one of each item. Two greens and a yellow. Two brands and a shotgun. We gotta keep going. We know what to beat. It's all the red.
Nope.
All right. Old-timey sheriff, you get to head out to the hallway. Gluten intolerance. I checked. These dice are gluten-free.
Well, I was gonna say, are you like fixing it or something, or like?
Pull them off center just a little bit.
What?
Just, yeah, like that. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, I see where you're going with that.
Yeah, like that. That's what they wanted.
Oh. I should have grabbed my sunglasses. 3, right?
3 dice, 3 brains, 1 roll.
Yeah, good enough.
That was really close. If the mats had been fixed, that probably would have been a brain. That was a bad move on your part.
I got it good. You know what? I'm gonna hold on to this.
Okay, we're back on the first one.
Yep, 4, calling it good.
Someone has to be the heel. Someone has to be hated by the crowd the whole way through.
My girlfriend has OCD, so I know how much she hates this stuff. I got nothing to lose.
True. You know your starting point.
Yeah, whatever. I had bad luck.
All right, there it is, last one, here we go.
I kind of want to, honestly. Not bad, not bad.
Hold on. This is a weird conundrum, because there was a green foot on there.
What do you want me to do about that?
I think an undo, so put those all back in, keep the green feet. Pick 2.
See, I'm not a math teacher, so I can't really count. Fix it! Fix it! Honestly.
All right, we're holding on to those 5. All right. Now, normally I try and make this as stressful as possible because, but we're like almost 15 minutes over. But we have a tie? Yeah, Galinda and Endless Ninja Fury, come on up real quick. Like real quick. Like super fast. Okay, this is the live rolling. Glenda, you are first because you're on top of the list of this order that I looked.
Okay. Just 3 again?
You get 3 dice, 3 rolls. So you get 3 rolls total, so 3 dice at a time, but you get up to 3 rolls with as many brains as you can get, but if you get all the shotguns, you're out. So you can bank anytime, or you could, that's roll 1. Now you gotta do roll 2. Okay, so that's 0. All right, so Endless Ninja Fury still has to roll, so make room. You got 3 rolls.
3 rolls?
3 rolls.
3 rolls.
Just 1 brain.
1 brain.
Okay.
1 brain. Just 1 brain.
No brain.
Okay, that means we get to say goodbye to Galinda as our first goodbye. It never fits over people's heads well. Let's see here. From the very first one, made us almost the whole entire time from going so early in that first round. Riftwood, I'm sorry, we have to say goodbye. Riftwood, the highest round in yours was 6. Your 4 was not quite enough to cut it. Yeah? Okay, because we can't keep doing this out, although we have to go and acknowledge the fact that Lefteria rolled 9 brains, which is bonkers. But Mega Froggy only rolled 4, which was the lowest in that group. Mega Froggy, goodbye. And we all know that the streets of the Omegathon will no longer be safe now that we have to say goodbye to our old-timey sheriff. Thank you for joining us this evening. We'll be back here tomorrow at 1. Please exit in a quick, orderly fashion. Omeganauts, if you're going to Acquisitions Inc., don't leave. But
That's my man throwing down. That's my man for that. That's my man going down.
Making video games, what was sort of, that spark that led to the decision to do that?
You want to start?
Ooh, okay, so mine's a bit dark, but not necessarily, but it was morbid, I think is the right word. So after having my first kid, it was kind of like a realization of like, what am I doing in life and all of that kind of stuff, what am I leaving behind? And then I was in Australia, living in Australia at the time, and I wasn't enjoying my job, so I need to do something on the side that I enjoy, and that started making games for my kids, and that led to, that was 2010, so it was a while back, and then I went full indie in 2013 out of that. So yeah, randomly out of all things. So.
Right on. So being a parent.
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah.
So
I owe radicalize you pretty quickly, huh?
Yeah. And I owe my indie freedom to my kids, but they should not know that. Not yet, anyway. So.
Do you wonder if it was just because of lack of sleep during that period that you made bad decisions?
That's what I was gonna say. Well, that's pretty much my entire life. So.
Chris?
Yeah, sure. I went to school at Georgia Tech. I was studying film primarily and was doing the closest major they had at Tech to that, which is called computational media, which is just like a crazy hodgepodge of all kinds of stuff. And I ran out of film classes and did an internship in film and just hated it. And at the same time, I was taking programming classes, and I'd never done it before, and I loved it, and taking game design classes. I loved that. And I met Ankith, who's in the front row there, and we started making games together. And yeah, that's sort of how I got into games. I mean, a lot of other steps that led to the Wild at Heart, of course, but met people along the way and went to PAXs and GDCs and things like that, yeah. And just to mirror you, we launched Wild at Heart in May, and I had my first kid in March, so the end of the development was pretty crazy. So yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
That's awesome. 2 babies at once.
Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, born. Yeah, right near each other. It was crazy.
That's cool. Can you guys talk a little bit about your inspiration for the games that you guys have out currently?
Sure. The Wild at Heart is, I usually talk about it in 3 parts, like the art and sort of the story and tone, and then the game mechanics. So the art, our artist is Justin Baldwin. He's one of the 4 core members of the team, and he was heavily inspired by things like Night in the Woods. Sorry, not Night in the Woods. I went to the wrong place there. Like Ghibli movies for one thing, but also Cartoon Saloon movies like Song of the Sea and what's their other big, Secret of Kells. So those are big inspirations for that sort of illustrative storybook style. Also Over the Garden Wall. Yeah, those are the ones he normally names. I try not to speak for him too much, but yeah, I've heard him say it enough. Those are sort of the big ones. And then for sort of story and tone, we were really trying to go for like a vibe of kids, but taking it kind of seriously. So sort of like coming of age tales, but ones where it's not all just like happy and rosy. It's kind of like, you know, kids have emotions too and have to deal with them in their ways. And we all grew up in the 90s, so looking at things like Never-Ending Story and Where the Wild Things Are and stuff like that, and just kind of looking at stories that deal with kids in an honest way. Also like Stephen King, like It and stuff, honestly. Our game is not like a horror game by any means, but kind of the way Stephen King handles kids a lot of the time. And then from a mechanics, gameplay point of view, we love Pikmin, we love a lot of Nintendo games, and so the game is like a Pikmin-like, as I said, so that's sort of the core thing you're doing, but we kind of upended those mechanics and put them in more of an interconnected adventure world, like maybe more like what you'd see in a Zelda or a Metroid or something like that. So we drew from all kinds of inspirations from there. I mean, you have this like vacuum that you use to kind of manage the spritelings and collect them up, so a lot of Luigi's Mansion inspirations. And then, believe it or not, some people find this funny because our game is kind of like cutesy and cozy, but a lot of Dark Souls inspirations in the way we like to think about our world design and stuff. I mean, our game is not ultra hard. It's not even hard, really. It's not meant to be a hard game, but we just love the world design and level design in those games, and so when we were thinking about how we wanted our world to be, a lot of inspirations from the From Software games, and thinking about how like the worlds all interconnect to each other and loop back on themselves and get you that feeling of feeling like lost and man, I'm really far away from home, and then you like open up a shortcut and you're like, oh my gosh, safety. So those are kind of the 3 main pillars of inspiration.
I feel like I think it's illegal to pitch a game without saying Dark Souls is.
I know, you can't, if you're an indie dev, you have no hope if you don't throw it in somewhere. From did pay me though.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Redu, how about Neon Noodles?
Well, it's actually, I was thinking about this, it's all in the title. So the full title of the game is Neon Noodles Cyberpunk Kitchen Automation. So I'm so lucky. So obviously from playing Overcooked, which I already mentioned, but Cyberpunk, I really like the aesthetic and also all the darkness behind it, because I feel we're kind of heading towards that. And then even the title of the game, it's kind of inspired from the scene where Harrison Ford is eating the noodles in the rain in the first Blade Runner. So, and then next one, good thing they're in the title. So kitchen, because I'm very much a foodie and I enjoy cooking as well. So it was a good excuse for me to just research foods from all around the world. And I do have them. There's like 30 something, and they're like all sorts of stuff. They are popular in their areas, but maybe not as well known outside of those areas. And in automation, the last part is I always enjoy like the Factorials of the world and everything, and getting other things to do stuff for me. So yeah. And having children, and you learn very quickly that like at least the computer will listen and tell it to do, like when I tell it to do something. So yeah.
When you were prototyping your game early on, when did you know it was fun? What was the moment that you realized it was fun?
I'll go first, yeah. So there's something really compelling about, I guess this is my theme now, that the programming aspect where you get the robots to do what you tell them to do. And I actually discover what makes programming fun and part of the working on this game, because an early version just showed you everything as it happened. And it was like pretty much working in Excel. It's like, I already know it works, so there's no fun. But I discovered that if you have it in 2 steps where you write the program source, then you try it out, you get that dopamine kick of like, yeah, I sorted it out. And then it's like pretty much, I think that's why everybody enjoys programming, pretty much drugs.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
Right on.
For us, we knew, like, with the core mechanics being sort of the herd strategy thing, the thing that's satisfying about Pikmin is like getting the Pikmin to do those things for you and like watching all their tiny, cute little animations and sound effects and stuff. So we kind of knew from day one, like, it's not going to probably feel good until our spritlings have animations and sounds and like kind of a lot of polish. And it's not normally how we develop games. It's kind of like rough prototyping until it's fun and then start adding things in, typically. But for this game, we were like, it needs to be polished right away, because so much of the fun comes from the feel of watching the spritlings do things. So yeah, we kind of like focus on that really quickly, and then got it in front of people and watched the reactions, and we're like, oh, it's working. So that's cool. Not that it was fun right away, but I think the first time we put it in front of people, we were already seeing sort of like the fruits of our labor, so to speak, of people like, oh my gosh, look at them do that thing. And like when people talk about the spritlings as if they're sort of sentient, I think we know we kind of have won people over, because they're just like code and animations, but it feels like they're doing stuff for you.
When you have that high level of polish early on, it's a lot easier to get people excited about it and put it in front of them. Right?
Yeah, and if you were to play like a really early prototype that we didn't give anyone, and you're just like throwing squares around and they're like sliding, and then like a trash bag is just kind of like breaking, it's like it's not that fun. It's like, yeah, that's not satisfying. But when you like start watching them whack away at stuff and they have all these cute little noises, yeah, we knew so much of the fun was going to come from that polish. So it's kind of a weird way of, for us, like that's not a natural way of developing our prototypes, but it was necessary for this one for sure.
How long did you guys work on it?
Full time, it was about 2.5 years, a little more from when we made Moonlight Kids and like all committed to doing it full time. Alex, our writer, and Justin, our artist, they were working on sort of in their spare time doing concepting, character, story, some stuff like that for about a year before then. So,
right on.
Pick your start date there. We don't really know.
It sort of emerges.
Yeah,
as you get going.
Yeah, but full time about 2.5 years to
right on.
Get the thing made.
Rado, how about you?
About 3.5 years, and still debating what I should consider the COVID time in between. Subtract that out or not, because as a solo dev, I find it like anytime your productivity goes below a certain threshold, it feels like you're not making any progress. There's all these admin things you need to do, like submitting to festivals or whatever, marketing, everything. And then that takes like 20 to 40% of your time. And if your productivity goes to half, then you're left with almost no time to actually work on the game. It's just stuff around it. So
because the admin stuff doesn't stop.
Yeah, like you need to do that either way. Like that needs to be done. And then on top of that, it's like,
all the fun stuff falls away.
Yeah.
Right on. What was the hardest part of your journey? We'll start with you, Radu.
Well, I already mentioned, I think like COVID was interesting because like the kids were at home, and that's just no fun trying to work with kids at home. So especially
How old are your kids? Do you mind me
two
asking?
boys, 12 and 9 right now. So,
Okay.
Yeah, I actually have an interesting story about that in video games. Like, my previous game, there was a robot. I guess that's the theme in my games. And the name of the robot was DF64 because my kids were 6 and 4 at the time, and the game took longer. And my oldest was like, "Are you gonna change this to 75?" I was like, "No." They're just like throwing shade at me for being like,
"That's pretty good."
Releasing my game. So yeah.
That's hardest part.
Hardest part, right. I mean, the last 6 months of development were pretty brutal. We were working nonstop, nights, weekends. You know, I think we took like Thanksgiving Day off and like a couple days around Christmas, but it was pretty brutal. So, I mean, that's like the easy indie dev answer, I guess, is just like that last like sprint to the finish line was really rough. I mean, it was like so many working nights and weekends and stuff just on Discord all the time trying to keep each other motivated and stuff. But there was like so much to do that you can't really slow down, but yeah, it was pretty crazy at the end there.
Were there any tricks to keep people motivated during that crunch period?
I mean, we're a small team, and, you know, like if one person isn't working, that's like a huge percentage of the game that's not getting worked on. So I think everyone just knows that. So we all show up and we all work all the time. Other than that, it's just like getting on Discord and telling stupid jokes and working and sharing the cool stuff. I mean, if you get excited about the cool stuff and share it, like that helps too, for sure. But
yeah.
What
was that like for you, Radu, by yourself?
I have that question too.
Well, I think like the motivation is an interesting beast in general. I find it for me, what works is just getting some stuff done and then getting back into it, because it's easy to get demoralized. Like I mentioned, it feels like I haven't made that much progress in the last year. But then if you just take a few smaller things and get them done and be like, oh, I can still do this, and then just build on top of that. And I think like my entire indie dev career was like that. Accidentally, I started with small enough things to build confidence in everything. Like my first kids game took an hour to make. It wasn't a game. It was just like a thing, right? So, and then 1 hour, 1 week, 1 hour, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year, and now 3.5.
That's great. You need to do everything?
I need to stop. Mostly, I contract out the audio and art because I don't do that, but everything else.
Still crazy. Yeah, I mean, like if I have a bad week and I feel like I'm not getting anything done, I can look at the other teammates and see stuff that's getting done and be like, okay, and like it motivates me. So I just like always, I'm like, man, solo devs, that's a whole other beast. That's crazy. Yeah.
I find it's motivating also to have some sort of deadline or somebody to respond to, or somebody that's waiting on you for something, because then I feel ashamed and I get it done. Otherwise, it'd be like,
Yeah, deadlines definitely help, even if they're like somewhat self-imposed.
Yeah.
Right on. What was the highest point of your journey? What was the point where you felt the most elated?
Other than PAX 10?
Right this second.
Oh, man. I mean, shows are always great because you get to put it in front of people, and just sometimes you go into the dark tunnel. You just work. You see your team, I guess, but you just work on it for months on end, and you're like, man, I hope this is cool. I hope people like this. And then you go to a show and you put it in front of people, and you see people laugh and smile, and like it's like, oh, they get it. It's like working, you know. So I mean, that's kind of a cop-out answer, I suppose, but just like shows in general, especially coming out of COVID, that's why it's like so cool to be here. Like we had a whole 1.5 years or whatever where we just couldn't show the game to anyone, and that's almost like the thing that energizes you when you're in the middle of development. So when you can't do that, it gets pretty rough. But yeah, I mean, pick any of the shows we took the game to, those are all like the best moments of dev, I would say. For me, it's just putting it in front of people and watching people like react to it.
Right on.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I think for me it was 2 years ago. It was post PAX, so I was in PAX West 2019 in the mech booth, in the mini booth, and then right after that I was in Seattle Indies Expo. And a game designer that I respect very much, he's I think one of the top 10 game designers alive, and he played my game, and he said that I solved programming with a controller, and I was like, so excited.
That's a compliment.
To hear that. Yes.
That's huge.
Yeah.
What a win right there. Radu, we'll start with you. If you were to travel back in time and be able to tell yourself as you were starting on the journey,
of making Neon Noodles, what 3 things would you tell yourself?
Ooh, so many.
Oh my gosh.
I don't really know. I mean, like right now, knowing everything that I know, it's like cheating. But yeah, I probably could make a game out of that. But I know it's just it took a time to get to where it is right now. So I think like the first half a year or something, just exploring what the game was. I think I can skip past that, and then. Yeah,
So you would just give yourself the game design doc?
Like I'd be like, let me skip like half a year or something. Because I think
is that it? Yeah, can we just cheat like that?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Here's the
like
final game.
Yeah,
Like, don't worry about all the other stuff.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm not even sure I have an answer for the other two guys. Like, hey, you're still gonna be alive in 3 years to go back and tell yourself something. So everything's good.
That's good enough, man.
It's like just maybe. Can we do gambling or play the lotto? There's a pandemic coming. Stay at home.
Here's the stock. Yeah.
Yeah.
Any advice you would give yourself?
Yeah, I mean, one is like all the levels that I worked on and designed or we made mechanics for that we didn't end up shipping. I would be like, don't start these. Don't waste your weeks and weeks and weeks of work on all those levels. So, because we had a bunch more that did not ship. That's one. Another one is Ankith, the other programmer in the game, tried to get us to rewrite the Spritling behavior code at many, many points, and I was always against it. It was like, we don't have time to rewrite like the core architecture of the entire game, and I probably would have changed my mind at this point. Because they were, that was like definitely the biggest source of the bugs was Spritling stuff. I mean, the game is really stable now, but. So that would be another one, and then the last one, one more thing I would tell myself. Yeah, I mean, it would probably just be more stuff like, don't work on that system. We had a whole construction system that Spritlings could do that we ended up cutting. We probably dumped a month or more of work into that. I probably don't work on that.
Why did you end up cutting it? Just out of curiosity.
It wasn't fun, really. It was, I mean, a brief overview is like, you would commit resources to build a building, and then it would stake out like a little construction site. And then you'd have to commit Spritlings to it, and they would like build it over time, and it'd take, however many in-game days or hours or whatever the size of the building. And it was all working, and you could totally do it, and it just wasn't very fun to wait. And I was like, hey, are you doing this? And like the Spritlings that were committed to that, then you couldn't use them to do other stuff, so it kind of like, kneecapped you when you're trying to actually solve puzzles out in the world. You're like, well, half my guys are doing that, so I can't like work on this area. So yeah, it wasn't very fun, and we still had to make all the art and UI for it. And we just like, let's just cut this. So now you just like walk up to the building if you have the resources. It just like fades to black and does construction noises, and then it's built. It's way more fun.
Way more fun.
Yeah.
Talking about cutting things or sort of editing down your game over time, can you guys sort of tell everyone the emotional journey that you go through when you make that decision?
God, breaks my heart every time. Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to cut stuff, especially if it's your stuff, obviously, which when you're a small team, like you've probably touched everything that's gone into the game. We had a level that we dumped so much time into. It was like a favorite of mine, and we cut it like, I think like 3 weeks before we launched the game, like very close to launch. It was like done, mostly like visually, we call it like mastering when the level design, like our artist goes through and like, makes it actually look pretty. And yeah, it was like basically done. And it just wasn't working really. The main mechanic of the level just was kind of buggy. And we were like, we gotta rip this out. And they're like, it just breaks your heart every time. And then you have like a day of mourning. And then the next day after that, you're like, oh, thank God I don't have to work on that anymore. I just focus on everything else, so.
Well, at least you have a team to lean on, right? Radu, how do you go through that process?
I think the hardest part is deciding whether to cut something or not. So it's like saying the instinct versus evidence, right? So I have a feeling that this is going to work out and there's something there, and then you get people to try it out and play it, and it just doesn't, it's not quite there. And it's like, do I persist and try to fix it, or do I change it to something else? And that's always been the hardest thing. There's still a few things in my game that come up repeatedly, and I know why they're there and what they allow and all the things, but every time it's like, am I right? Like, it's just, it's like you can't bounce off anybody else.
Am I being stubborn about this? And yeah, I mean, I think those are the two reasons you cut things is one, you don't have time for it anymore. And like, you know, what do they call it? Like, the gambler's fallacy, or anyways, like being pot committed, essentially. Yeah, thank you, sunk cost fallacy, yeah. It's like, that's a real thing when you've just put hours and hours and hours into something and you're just like, I don't have time to finish this. Or the other reason you cut it is like, it's not working.
Yeah.
And like, it's like, how stubborn are you gonna be about like, oh, no, I can make it fun. I really can. Or just being like, we just gotta cut our losses on this. Yeah, it's a really hard call to make.
Yeah, I think it's also disassociating past decisions from your present self, in the sense if I made a bad decision in the past, that's my past self. Like, it's okay.
I can go back in time and yell at him. It's fine.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely impressive to be able to make those calls on your own, because for us, it's like having the other team members to kind of be clearer-eyed about certain things, be like, I really think we got this, and you're like, I don't want you to be right, but you are. So, yeah.
And I think that's especially hard when you're trying to innovate in any way. Like I felt that in my previous game, and it's kind of like, are you chasing that just for the sake of innovation? And like, how much do you cut out of the interesting thing that may be harder to explain, but it's what makes the game interesting. So,
yeah, for sure.
No easy answer.
We've hit this point in our game where we have two completely different audiences that like two completely different parts of the game. So that's super fun.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, it's half and half.
Double the audience?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Which one do we cut?
Yeah.
That's something that we're struggling with right now.
Yeah, that's tough.
I'd like to open it up maybe to the floor. How's that sound? You guys want to take some audience questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you guys have any questions? We have mics over there and over there, I believe. So if you guys want to line up, we'll point at you politely. We'll go over here first.
Hello. Okay, yeah, you can hear me. I want to get into making games with Unity. However, I have a history degree from college and almost no understanding of how to code anything. It's basically like wizard speak. So my question is, if either of you guys kind of self-taught, how would you self-teach? And if you didn't, I guess I'm kind of SOL, but figured I'd ask.
Well, it sounds like one of us self-taught and one of us didn't, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think...
well, I'm extrapolating a lot from your story, I suppose.
I am. I think it's key to play to your strengths. So, for example, for yourself, trying to find something that just makes the game that you're working on 90% what you can do on your own, and then everything else is just the glue around, because that's why my games are very systems heavy, and just because I'm a programmer, I can do all of that. And then the art in my game right now is 5 environments that I know my artist could knock out in less than a week each if I knew if I could go back in time and tell him what to do the first time around. So I think that's the biggest thing to find. There's so many games you can take, like narrative, art, programming. There's so many games that are like just centered around this one thing, and then there's a bit of stuff around it. And I would say that you don't necessarily need to learn that, because for me, it was always, I prefer to contract out stuff, because I'm aware I'm so bad at certain things that I'm aware that I could never, even with years of practice of drawing, I could never get even close to. And also, I don't have the passion for it. So if you enjoy programming or you think you would enjoy it, then pursue it. But otherwise, just hone your craft on the things that you already enjoy and try to find good people that can help on all the others. Because the quality, like my musician, he's amazing. It's just like I don't even know what notes are. So
I would also add that learning's really hard, and you should be patient with yourself.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, and also you don't have to know. No one knows what they want to do in the future, but if you have like a goal of where you want to end up, like, do you want to be a solo dev? Do you want to work in a small team? Do you want to go work on a AAA game or a mid-sized studio? Like, I think knowing kind of where you want to end up might help you guide like what you work on now. Because I mean, you don't necessarily need to learn how to code to make games. But yeah, if you like coding, it's not wizard speak. I have good news for you. It just takes time to learn. And Unity specifically has like tons of tutorials and learning and sample projects. Like if you do want to learn how to code to make games, it is a good place to go, because there's just so many resources out there.
Totally.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you.
Cheers. Over here.
Yes. So sorry. It sounds like you guys work full time
You weren't doing this in the evenings when you got home from work, right? So I'm trying to understand, like, how did you get to that point? What was the process like for saying, okay, I can do this full time? How did you get there?
I'll start. Yeah, so after school I worked for Cartoon Network Games, mostly because they were right across the street from Georgia Tech, and they had an open internship. But I worked there up to producer position, and it's not really what I wanted to do, being a producer, but that weird major that I took at Tech that was like covered tons of disciplines, but didn't go very deep into any of them, made me kind of well suited for that producer position. But on the side, Ankit and I were making games together in the evening. So we were doing that originally. We were doing both jobs. And we just kind of reached a point after a while where it got really hard to do both. And so at some point we just had to decide we're quitting our day jobs and going into the development thing full time. I mean, the advantage I definitely had was I had all these connections at Cartoon Network Games already. So when we quit, we basically turned around and immediately started pitching my old team for projects. And we ended up getting a game with them early on, and then after like a year and a half, a year, we just kind of had like a constant cycle of contract work with them, and saved up cash with that, with the intent to always go indie, like make our own games, not contract games. And we were able to do that with The Wild at Heart, and the opportunity came along to partner up with Alex and the artist Justin. And so it's kind of like taking one leap after another, and there was always a point at each transition where you are doing both, and it's definitely hard. You're doing one job in the day and the other job at night, and eventually you have to cut one out. So yeah, it seems, yeah, it's hard. I mean, it's been like a 10-year journey, I suppose. But yeah, we definitely went through that period that you're talking about.
Yeah, I agree. I think my answer is that you just need to get lucky.
Yeah, that's a huge part of it.
And I'm only half kidding. I think I saw this on Twitter. I don't know who to attribute it to, but they equated indie development to a lottery, where the best thing you can do is just get more tickets. So some tickets are worth more than others. Some you get for free because you're in the right place at the right time, privilege. There's all these things. They just can all help in your game getting across certain hurdles. And you never know, like getting a good publisher, that's the only ticket that you need, and then nothing else matters. But to get to that point, I think, which is kind of what you're asking as well, is I think I don't have the right answer. What I did, I wouldn't recommend, because I pushed myself and I worked eating. So after my kid was born, after I put him to bed at 8 p.m., I would be up until like 2 a.m. and then work on the game and then go to work at like 7 a.m. And like I did a lot of short nights, and I wouldn't recommend, let's say, not looking at your health in the long term. If you can do it, that's okay. That's everybody's choice. But there's kind of a cost to it. Ironically, I'm risk averse, which is, as an entrepreneur, it's the worst thing you can be in a way. So that's why I didn't want to quit my job and take a chance. And I still remember the first month when I made $10 from my kids' games, and this was in 2011 or something. And I was like, oh, I'm making money, right? And then it had to get to the point where I was pretty much making a living out of games from the side, where I felt comfortable, especially with 2 kids, even with not being the sole provider. It's like, do I really need to be creative at the expense of like the life I can provide for my kids? So it's kind of the juggling of, Jason Rohrer has a really good game on this, where like you choose to pursue your passions or to spend time with your kids and everything. And I forget the name of the game, but it's very deep. So,
yeah, it's pretty real.
Yeah.
Thanks. Over here.
All right, so both of your games are very different in tone, and yet they both use automation systems. So I was wondering, what was some of the pros and cons to contributing to the tone of your games with those systems?
That's a good question.
Well, I can start. I mean, I already mentioned where it's all coming from. I think it depends on everything else around it, because there's so many automation games, and some of them are like more whimsical and some are dark and everything, and it doesn't, I feel for many games you have to realize what's the core selling, like the hook, and what's the core selling point of your game, and then everything else around is just like addressing and figure out how to make that palatable. Like for me, Cyberpunk was just something I enjoyed, and then there's this Swedish artist, Simon Stallenhag, and I really liked his drawings, and I just wanted to have that look, and then that was that, so yeah.
Yeah, this might not be a very satisfying answer, but the art and the tone and the story of the game are pretty separate from like the mechanics and gameplay of the game. Like they didn't necessarily have to be paired together. We knew the tone and the story, like Justin and Alex kind of knew what they wanted to do story and tone and character-wise, and the mechanics and stuff kind of came later. In fact, the gameplay was totally different originally. It was not a Pikmin game at all, and then it ended up changing after some prototyping. So yeah, it could have been all kinds of different mechanics. I think the way we went with it just is something we wanted to do. You could say something like, oh, the game's tone is all nostalgic and we're nostalgic for Pikmin, but I don't really think that would be true. We just kind of ended up pairing them together. Justin had drawn the little creatures pretty early on, so we kind of knew we wanted to do something with like collecting creatures, but it could have gone like more of a Pokemon angle or something else. So.
Yeah, from the way you described it, it was like you took it in your own direction entirely. So yeah, all right, thank you.
Yeah. We did have like a vision for the gameplay once we got to that point, but all of the story and tone came way earlier than that.
Right on, over here.
Yeah, I was wondering about, were there any major past projects that you did that catapulted you to maybe full-time or at least the current games you're on? And also I was interested in your upcoming game or the previous game you worked on, so we can have something to, I don't know, be like, oh, well, he worked on this one. I don't know. I'm just trying to look for as many games as I can.
Heck yeah. Can I go first on this one?
Yeah.
So I actually had a tech startup called Chore Monster that was gamified, a gamified app for chores for kids. Disney invested in it and we sold it in 2018 to Verizon. So if you want to work full-time in games, just do a tech startup and sell it to a big corporation, and then you can actually do what you want.
There's all kinds of paths into indie.
But yeah, that, and then the game we're doing right now is called Rah Rah Boom. If you go to guyleegames.com, GYLEE games.com, you can find all our socials and stuff there.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say there was one game that blew up. We just made a lot of stuff. When we were before Moonlight Kids, we were kind of two separate studios. We didn't have anything to do with each other except that we were friends. But we had Crystal Fish games, and then there were Sleep Ninja games, and both of our business models were mostly we're doing work for hire games. And that business model, especially for us, I can't speak for Sleep Ninja too much, but at Crystal Fish, we just made a lot of games in a very short period of time. And none of them, you probably have heard of none of them. They're all Cartoon Network games for the most part, except for some other smaller client. So I think, no, we didn't have one big blow-up success, but I think this is actually a happy story, because you don't need to have a big blow-up success. If you just make a lot of stuff, and then you start working on I don't know what I'm pointing at. You start working on The Wild at Heart, for example. When we went to publishers, they didn't really care that we didn't have a huge game that everyone heard of. They're like, oh, you've made stuff, you know how to ship games. So I think that helped a ton when we were trying to find a publisher. And sure, we were a brand new studio and this was our debut game, but us as individuals and as sub-teams had made a bunch of stuff together already, and I think that helped a lot.
Yeah, I agree. I think persistence is key, and just figuring out what's your way of learning, because different people learn in different ways. And how do you just improve over time, just both your craft and also learning about what works, because there's no two cases that are the same. Somebody who was successful 2 years ago is going to be like, oh, you just need to. So my most successful game probably in terms of revenue too, was called Kids Animal Piano, and it was just that, and this was 2011, and it was the first one in that genre, surprisingly, because I don't know why nobody did it before me, but it's just, I can't go back and say hey, you just need to make a kids game, because that time has passed, and Android is not in the same life cycle right now, and it's all complicated. So just nobody knows what they're doing, and just listen to as many opinions like ours as you can, and then take what you want and figure out what works for you, and just iterate on that. I think that's the biggest advice, and I take this from my software career before that, in Agile and all of that. Just find the quicker you can have your iteration cycle, the better, in anything, in life too, if you can, but yeah, so.
Yeah, and something you were saying earlier about find what you're good at. I think that also, if you have a team, we just, as a team, kind of figured out what we were good at and what we weren't good at. It's well, we're not going to spend all of our precious dev time working on a game that we aren't going to be good at making. And, we started learning what do we outsource, what do we do internally. So that also helps when you just make a lot of stuff. So
yeah. It helps with motivations when you can frame your failures as learning too. So
yeah.
If you get something out of it, it's not really a failure.
Yeah, not everything you make will be good. And in fact, the first few things you make will probably be bad. But that's okay, just get them out the door.
And then you'll make bad stuff along the way after
for
that
sure.
too.
Yeah.
And are you sure you forgot the name of the game where you choose your dreams or your children? Because I really want to know that game so I can play it.
What the dreams or
You just
children?
referred to a game, or it was a little while ago, but there was a game where it was just like, oh, do you pursue your goals?
Oh yeah, so it's Jason's Drawer, like Jason Rohrer. He makes some really interesting games that I can't really explain it right now. It's been a long day, but they express stuff through mechanics, right? It has a game called Marriage that's in the Smithsonian or whatever, just like it's a long game, and it has all these things where if you get married, then you're like 2 blocks, not just 1, and you cannot take all the paths that you could if you were single, and it's expressed mechanically in a game, and that's just he's really good at that stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah,
there you go. Over here.
Yeah, I was just curious, as indie devs, were y'all creating your own tools from scratch, like tooling, game engine, that kind of thing, or did you find yourselves using more like third-party was already out there in the market, and were you happy with those choices, I guess?
I'm laughing because I know he's laughing, but in the very first game we ever made, we wrote our own engine, and it's a mistake you only make once. Not recommended, especially when you're like a 3-person team. But we use Unity. We've used it for almost a decade now. It's not a perfect engine, but we're just extremely familiar with it. And like I was saying earlier, it has probably the most support available online of any engine out there, I would say. I don't know if you guys agree with that, but
Their dev relations team's really good too.
Yeah,
like to talk to humans when you have problems.
just and both on their site or off, just on YouTube or whatever. I mean, endless amounts of support for that engine. But we write some of our own tools. We use Unity for as much as we can. We go to the asset store occasionally, or we'll buy stuff or modify stuff on the asset store. But we'll make tools inside of Unity to help with things we need to do. But we've long past the time of writing our own engines for sure.
I think you just need to be pragmatic, figure out, I feel like a broken record now, but just find out what works for you. Because I would never say use Unity or use Godot or Unreal, because they all have different trade-offs, and just try all of them. They're all imperfect in their own ways, and they get some of the stuff done. But if you're a programmer, maybe rolling your own engines, there's companies that have been built around people who wrote 2D engines from scratch, and very famous games, but there's no right answer. It's the same thing. I use Unity, and I'm not very pleased with certain parts, so I rolled my own in certain areas, but for the most part, it's just whatever gets the job done. It doesn't matter what's under the hood. It's all a mess under the hood.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Some people were very successful writing their own engine, for the record.
Yeah.
It was not, like you said, know your strengths?
Yep.
Not our strength. It wasn't a good choice for us.
Let's go over here.
What experience do you guys have with game jams, or what advice can you recommend?
Game jams.
Game jams are how I got into actually thinking that I could be a dev. We started the Cincinnati chapter of IGDA back in 2011, and then because we were with IGDA, they started pushing for game jams, so we started doing game jams, and that is where we found a lot of our talent over the next 10 years. And so I found them super valuable. It's rare you get anything out of there that's actually launchable, but going through the process, especially as an early dev, I think is extremely valuable. That's my take, at least.
Yeah, it's like we're talking, I think the thesis we're coming to up here is to do a lot of stuff and to learn what you're good at and focus on that, and game jams are a fantastic way to just make stuff rapidly and learn what you're good at, and just learn what the process of making a game is like on a micro level. I've only done a couple myself. Typically, I just end up not wanting to do it outside of work, unfortunately, but there's been so many cool projects that have come from game jams. And yeah, I don't think a lot of games come out of jams that are shippable, but a lot of prototypes that have come out of game jams have then turned into real games. Hollow Knight being a very famous example of that. So.
Yeah, the other thing I really enjoy with some of the jams, the ones that are not just like open-ended, is constraints. So especially if they have a theme or any kind of sort of bonus modifiers or whatever, depending on the game jam, you're going to find out really quickly that having any sort of constraint will help you actually do anything. It's like empty canvas versus draw me a tree or anything, right? It's just like you can, I find it, for me, my entire creative process revolves around constraints. So just figure out something really hard, and then just like there's only one way to sort it out, and then you just that just helps shape it along the way. And I think it's good to use that throughout development, just as a guiding thing. It's like, okay, I want to make a one button thing, and that's your constraint, and that's going to guide design along the way and make things so much easier, and just then you don't need to like, oh, is it like this, is it like that? So yeah, and also like learning and figuring out like if you enjoy what you enjoy. Maybe you don't enjoy making games. That's a perfect way to get in. Yeah. Everybody's like, I want to make indie games, but maybe you don't like it. Like,
if you hate sleep, though, it's great.
Yeah, that's true. The perfect activity for you.
We can go back over here.
Well, there's nobody over there.
Right.
So this one's a little light. A character from your game's current universe is teleported into the universe of another person at the table. How does that go for your character, and why is it a catastrophe?
Oh,
I'm
gonna be honest,
I haven't played yours either, so it's all dark, and I don't know.
All right, I'm gonna pass you one of our characters, and you can tell me what happens to them.
He gets synthesized into food.
That's not gonna go very well.
Spoilers, but yeah.
Are they happy though?
Maybe.
Yeah.
They serve the purpose.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they have a new purpose in life.
Yeah. What is my purpose? Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Last question. What's one question that no one ever asks you and you wish they would?
Oh, man.
What's one question that no one asks you? Sorry. I don't know.
What's your favorite food?
You probably get that one asked a lot, though. Right?
Yeah, and I don't have a good answer. Like, I like so many of them.
Yeah.
It's like it's almost like having kids. It's like you love both of them.
Yeah.
So yeah, but my go-to death row food or whatever, what's the last meal or whatever, is chips and milk, like jalapeno chips and milk. I know it's strange, but so.
What restaurants do you recommend?
Ooh. In Seattle or in general? In Seattle, I just ate at Oink yesterday, which is a ramen place. It was so good. It's up in Capitol Hill, so I recommend it.
Chris?
Yeah, I'm thinking. I mean, I will nerd out on like level design and like game feel, like the millisecond tweaks of game feel, like for hours and hours and hours. So if anyone ever wants to ask me about that, I would just,
Sick.
You better be careful though, because
I'll buy you a drink.
Yeah, that's like my favorite stuff to talk about. So
Right on.
Yeah.
Cool. Where can people follow you online?
So we are at MoonlightKids_ on Twitter. We are The Wild at Heart on Instagram. If you go to our website, moonlightkids.co, everything's there. Links to Steam. We're out on Steam. Did I say this already? I can't remember. We're out on PC and Xbox already. We're on Game Pass. And we're coming to Switch and PlayStation later this year.
Yay. Radu?
Well, I'm neonnoodles.com is the entry point for Neon Noodles, and my handle online is Vivid Helix, which comes from my kids' names, David and Felix. So, yeah, just
My kids are Guy and Lee, and my company's Guy Lee Games.
Yeah.
God, we are some saps. I love it. Yeah, follow us at Guy Lee Games. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for all your great questions. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Get up.
That's my